think I've got it figured out. The count of 4, I should be live. So when I said the first word, which is the word when I said the first word, did that which is come through. So I got audio coming through. Go back here, unmute. Yeah, it looks like I got a little bit of me drinking from the cup. Yep. So if you start talking as soon as the computer says you're broadcasting, it might be too early. Good morning. Lemon ginger hot tea. I put a few ice cubes in it to cool it down enough so I could drink it. My throat's kind of congested. It is July 30th, 2022, 11 a.m. Whoops, 11:01 a.m. now on the Pacific Coast. It's a different time wherever you are at. Maybe. You might be in my time zone. All right. I've got Zoom up and running. I haven't brought in people from the waiting room yet. Darren Gilholm sitting there all by himself. If you go in there, you can keep him company. Of course, you can't see him, can't talk to him. You just kind of know you're all there. I've got a couple things I want to take care of before bringing the waiting room in. So here's today's title: HP NV Curved 34-inch NVMe upgrade. Yeah, so I'm going to give you the reasons for doing that. I'm going to come up here and pop out chat and give some responses to some stuff in chat and just say hello to people. Control plus a couple, well, one time is enough. Yes. Come up to the top. Hello, boss. Kate Cordius, Darren Gilholm, Josh Ginder, Ken Stout Live, Tony Wallow, Zvi Minor, and he says, did you know that Carey mentioned you not once but twice yesterday on the live stream? Yes, I did know that. I did catch that. As is commonly the case with Carey's live streams and Ken Stout live streams, I will typically click to start the live stream while it's live, but then watch in bits and pieces, usually finishing after it's done, and not anywhere near up to speed to engage with chat. And I'm also typically doing other things in the background and just not keeping up with chat. But anyway, yes, I did catch that. I was wonderfully felt wonderfully complimented and loved, if I can say it that way. So thank you, Carey, very much. That is always appreciated so much. And I think there was, my subscription numbers and view numbers are way far lower than Carey's. It's just going to take the years to get there, and probably some other content creators or some other media making reference to my content. I'm patient. I can wait for that. And then Zvi Minor gives a couple of links here, and as Ken Stout mentions later, that link didn't work for him, and I tried that too. It didn't work for me. And I figured out why it is, and Zvi may have already discovered that. I know he gave us another link. But when I copy that to the clipboard and do Control V, you can see here that the time portion is not there. It ends with FI, and here's the FI. So then here's where the time index is that Zvi put into the chat, and apparently YouTube just doesn't let us copy that. So let's see, where was that? Yeah, Zvi gives the times, and then he gives us this other link where he used one of these shortening link capabilities. But I just wanted to point out again, I like to keep showing this. I'll go over here to where that section is. It's really nice feature how this clips feature works. So you click on that 3-dot menu if you're not seeing the word clip down there on that menu.
He has been in the industry around the same time I have, about 30 or more years, I believe. And I think he's retired or mostly retired. And what he does now is he creates,
stretch this out,
but he is going
change the start point.
He has a mission.
I want to stop
There's a good friend of mine. His name is DougBetts.
I want to
now,
pause
Doug, very similar.
It just keeps playing over and over and over.
He has been in the industry around the same time I have, about 30 or more years, I believe.
There we go. Turn that down.
And I think
then
he's retired or mostly retired.
And
what he does now is he creates live videos on YouTube. and he loves to interact with people and answer their questions. He's very patient and he's very.
On that,
he has been in the industry around the same time I have, about 30 or more years, I believe.
Now,
and I think he's retired or mostly retired. And what he does now is he creates live videos on YouTube.
Look it up here.
And he loves to interact with people and answer their questions. He's very patient and he's very calm.
Oh, that's not how it ends.
And the way he works is very real.
So yeah,
he'll encounter problems he has no idea how to fix, and he's not shy about showing you that he has no idea how to fix it, but he is going to figure it out. And if he doesn't figure it out, then...
Oh, okay. And then you can go to chat, and I'm going to try pasting it there. Yeah, there's the capital A at the end of that. So I think that's a more effective way to clip a piece from a YouTube video. Now I'll try clicking on that. Yeah, I see that, Chris. And see if it actually goes. See, it goes to a 42-second piece. Now, I was looking recently about how the rules about clips, because when they first, well, not when they first came out, but as I was getting information from the YouTube creators studio, whatever they call that, where they put out their videos for content creators, I'm certain that I came across a thing that said you can use a clip in your own monetized videos. I tried to go back and find that again. I couldn't find it. Definitely you can use it anywhere where somebody can click on the link and it takes you to the original content creator's video and just replays that piece, but then the person can continue watching. That's totally legal and usable. Now, if I just play a clip in my monetized video, well, people can't click on that. So maybe if I put it into the description of the video, I'll be okay. So that's what I'll go ahead and do right here, is I'll come into the Stream Studio, click on Edit, come down here into the description, and YouTube clip where Carey Holzman mentions Doug. Somehow I just always go back and make sure. Yeah, there aren't two N's. I am spelling it right. Okay, so then I Control V to paste that and then save that. So because I played that during my video, is it sufficient to put that link into the description of my video and probably have to mention that during the video? Oh, wait, I just did that. Okay. Doug being a Doug. Get over it. So there's those clips, references from Zavi. Does listening look better? That took me right to him saying, Doug, hello, William Dawson, and Iowa Hank, hello, Jonathan, hello, Dennis, hello, electricity installer is a no-show thus far. I can watch the stream at least. Where was that part about he was talking about his electricity going out? Did he remove it? It was in there somewhere, because he's moving this week. And hello, Ran, Israel, and Tony, and Kenny, Darren, again, Speedy C, hello. Greg Guy just got up at 1 p.m. That's kind of a running joke over at the Ken Stout Lives show, how late Greg gets up. They are some night owls over there, let me tell you. I can't hang with them during their live stream. Let's see. Happy birthday to Jim. Yes, I caught that somewhere along the line. I heard about Jim's, I heard Carey mention that. Jim's 62nd birthday recently. I think it was Tuesday or Wednesday. Happy birthday for Wednesday, Jim. I mentions it at 11:56 timestamp. Dennis, my comment didn't appear in your chat. Well, I saw it in the studio before. So does it still show in the YouTube studio where Dennis's comment? Yeah, here. We are preparing to move downstairs. So Dennis's comment, and probably some of these others before the show started, aren't showing up in the chat now. Well, let me switch to live chat and see if that brings it back. Jim, the world is safe again. I'm running late, about 10 minutes behind the DVR mode. And then some more happy birthdays. Winter Mute was here but scrolled off. Oh, yes, during a live stream. We've seen that in Carey's videos, that the amount of content that is shown in the chat during a live stream scrolls off. I mean, once he's a couple hours into it, and probably on mine too, if you try to scroll back up, you can't get to the earlier chat. Here, I'm on top chat. Now, I changed a setting in my YouTube studio that I thought was making the live chat stick. So there's 9:23. So that is before the show started, isn't it? Yeah, not because now it's 11. Of course, 9 a.m. is before 11. But I was starting to think of time zones, but wait a minute, this is all showing my time zone. Yeah, such a Doug. But still, I'm not seeing that comment from Dennis. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know. The world of YouTube. What are you going to do? Oh, there it is. Dennis sees it now. Oh, yeah, he saw it when I went to the studio. But it does show up there. All right. Now, I'm going to go back and take a look about that live chat. I think it was in customization, live chat replay, but there was another place where I saw that. Yeah, I'm not seeing that here. I'm not gonna find where that was at. All right, so we're caught up with chat. Then I've got a Microsoft Word document from with content in reference to last week. Get rid of these blank lines in here. Yeah, this is all it is. This is from email comments. I got an email from Wintermute. Confused on the CPU speeds. Of course, because that's the theme of the show, right? I'm confused. I don't know what I'm doing. And all that. You showed Task Manager for Big Beast build at 103.47. Base, 3 gigahertz base, 3.7 boost, CPU i9 9880. Then Baby Beast later with 3.8 base, 4.7 boost, i7, 10,700 generation. So he's asking here, is Baby Beast better than Big Beast? Because there are some of these numbers here where Baby Beast is 3.8 base speed and Big Beast is 3.7. And then Big Beast is 9th generation and Baby Beast is 10th generation. But then we got to deal with, all right, Big Beast is an i9, Baby Beast is an i7. That's an important piece there. I've always wanted to understand that better. Now, I told him that might be the basis of today's live stream, and no, that's not where we're going now, but I am very interested in going further with that. If you have links or emails that you want to send to me on that topic, I'd very much like to delve into that topic more because I want to understand it better. I know there's some difference about instruction sets from one generation to another, but I'm very weak in that area and I'd like to know it better. So if you have information to contribute for that, I'm inviting it. Pineapple Road said with the USB drive not booting, which is something I made reference to last week. I wonder if it's because it either doesn't recognize as a bootable drive as it appears listing non-bootable drives, or because secure boot is turned on, yada, yada, yada. So there might have been a misunderstanding. I might have not said it clear. I had no problem booting from a USB drive. What I was commenting last week was I recollect that there was an item in the BIOS, UEFI BIOS, that allowed me to click to tell it to boot to that device this time. And I come across that at some point. Now, did I since experiencing that, had I since turned on secure boot? It's a possibility. I do things without full awareness or without telling myself. You know, one of the other Dougs does it, and then I'm left to figure it out after the fact. I'm about to turn off the Zoom waiting room to let in anybody in who's in there. I haven't heard any more doorbells, although I did turn down volume. So maybe I haven't heard. Let's go see. I'm stalling a little bit so they can get the idea that I'm about to open it so they can be ready to click on the mute button. And I probably should have said that piece at the beginning when I said I was going to come in, right? So let's go over to, is this going to work if I go on that one? No, that's going to get the mirror and mirror thing. Oh, but I have my little image there, so that's okay. A little Doug in the bottom right corner. And let's see, I'll go to security, remove the check mark for waiting room, and then go over here the way. There's nobody there. Darren gave up. All right, there's nobody in the waiting room. There's nobody in Zoom. So come on in. And if you don't, I'm just going to get started on this. If you do come in, I'm going to get started on this. Winter mute. All right. And 9980, 10,700, clock speed be damned. CPU comparison. Okay, I'll capture that later. Oh, I'll go back and look at that later. Oh, I heard a doorbell. Let's turn that picture in picture back on. And there is a man. I didn't say the man, I said a man. Hello, Ken.
Morning, Doug.
Turn participants off. Maximize that. Fix this again. How are you doing today?
I'm good. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I saw your driving simulator experience at the fair.
Yes.
Oh, that looked awesome. I love that.
It was. I did it twice.
Let's get a AVD check for the Zoom window. Somebody in chat telling us that you can hear Ken okay and you can hear me okay and we all show up okay on the screen. Then I got to go deal with this. Darren says okay. I'm going to assume that means AVDVR. Now I got a second person in here. So which way do I want to do this adjustment? And a fourth one. By the time I get this adjusted, maybe there'll be even more people in here.
Do you not have presets for different levels of Zoom?
I do, but the problem is it only gives me 3 presets. So I need one without me at all. So the second one and then the third one, but I need more preset adjustments. So one way to deal with that is I could make another Zoom button on my Stream Deck. And it would have the other presets so that and then I could do that. I just haven't taken the time to figure that out because, of course, I have to do that while I have all this happening, while I've got that number of people coming in. No, I don't. I could preset up the second button, make the adjustments when they come in, and then just go to a different preset. Thanks for helping me figure that out, Ken. Hello, Chris.
Hey.
Oh boy, your lighting is really not good there, but that's okay. You're not going to be features because you have that bright window behind you. So
yeah, I'm sorry about that.
That's all right. I'm not going to worry about it too much. Might even be better if you pull your blinds down if you have blinds on there because your camera will take care of a great deal of low light. And then, hello, Darren. Are you there to say hello?
Hello, everyone. I'm here.
Hey.
Second time around.
Good to have you here. Oh, yeah, he's got blinds there. All right. Yeah, oh, that's helping. Yeah, there we go. Okay. So, yeah, in chat, they're all saying it's all good. Oh, Zavi says the camera stays stable while scrolling. So that would be, I believe, the adjustment I made that really had an impact there was I increased my bit rate. The bit rate was below the minimum that YouTube allows. I didn't realize that until I tried changing it. I tried changing a little bit. It says, I increased it a little bit. It says that's below YouTube minimums. And it was significantly below. And right now I'm about 4 or 5 times as high as I was. Now, if I punch up the Zoom window down there as the picture-in-picture, I think I'm all caught up. Yes, I am. I'll go capture those. Well, you know what? No, because sometime I'm gonna bring that up in a new tab. Take a quick look at it. Oh, yeah. Well, that's just a versus. I've seen that before. That's not really an explanation of the significance of the difference. It shows, I know it shows charts and ratings and such. Not really what the explanation of the difference. I'd like to have the kind of explanation that I want to create. A way to make it make sense, not just to say that this number is different than this number. This i9 is going to perform this much better than the i7. I want an explanation of why. So those CPU versus CPU is not really what I'm looking for. So now I'll go to preset 3, and that'll be for here. Then I need other presets. Hello, Jim.
Greetings.
Okay, so I'll start talking about this computer. Some of you remember this computer when I first brought it in. It was after I had replaced my client's computer. I mean, this was my client's computer. I bought a replacement for it, the same size. It didn't have the speakers out here and it was flat. I had it here on the desk for a couple Saturdays in a row and then did some of the setup on it. I think I live streamed that. And we did some stuff with that. I don't remember what we did. But then I took it out there and gave it to her and brought this one in. And then we had a Saturday on this is because I was going to explore repairing the DC port on the back, but I couldn't even get the thing to turn on. Then I figured that the power brick was bad. It was working fine at my client's home office. So just bringing it over here seemed to have caused it to go bad. It was the one that had the LED light on the power brick that was just fading in and out. It wouldn't stay solid. I think it was even yellow. So I ordered another power brick. And I was thinking, my theory at the time, I had previously ordered a power brick for my client, delivered it to her office for her to plug it in. When I brought this computer back into here, I had the theory that she never did connect the new power brick and that she had actually lost it and was too embarrassed to tell me that, so she just decided to get a new computer. I can't prove that that's what happened now. I was thinking that until the point when I got the second replacement power brick for this computer. And I plug it in, turn the computer on, and then wiggle the cable, and it goes off. Oh, I haven't actually demonstrated that to you guys today. I can demonstrate that before we take this apart. Because there's something with that, a problem with that port. I did some searching trying to find a replacement port for it. And then I figured, well, now wait a minute, that port probably is soldered onto the motherboard. No, what's wrong with that thinking?
I don't know that
it's one of the Dougs.
Say again?
You said, what's wrong with that thinking? I said, it's one of the Dougs.
Nah, a little bit of that.
I had no
there was a
idea.
point when I said, no, power port's probably because all those ports on the back of the computer, HDMI, USB, and power port, those all would typically be soldered onto a motherboard, right? These computers basically have laptop motherboards in them. They use laptop memory. But think of a laptop motherboard in a laptop. The power port is always somewhere around the perimeter of the motherboard on a horizontal plane with the motherboard. This motherboard has to be mounted in here vertical to the computer, but yet all the cables plug in horizontally on the back. So how can a micro ITX motherboard have power connectors at that angle unless it was a custom-made motherboard for that computer? So then I figured, no, it's got to be that there's a panel there attached by wires to the motherboard. Now, this was after I had watched those videos that I have linked in the description of this video that show the teardown of this computer. There's no teardown manual on HP. I've used a lot of teardown manuals that are on the HP website for laptops. I like using those manuals because there's a lot of times things that you don't realize you need to watch out for. But there is no manual for this one, but there are videos for it. So anyway, I went back and looked in the video, and sure enough, yeah, it is a separate panel, so it's repairable. It might be that I have to purchase that entire panel if I want to do that. I intend to use this myself. It's not going to a client. I have a use for it myself, and it has a little crack on the screen, so it won't go to client. But I might wind up using it just even with that flaky port. It stays on. It stays fine as long as you don't futz with it. All right. Let's see, where am I at with chat? Oh, yes, and reminder, as Zavi pointed out last week, I'm going to be looking for the question marks and trying not to read every item incoming for Jim. Let's see, and Dennis says i9 has 18 cores, 36 threads. i7 has 8 cores, 16 threads. So i9 needs to run slower for better thermal performance. Now, that's the kind of thing I want to find out. There is an explanation. So does that mean there are no i9s that are at the higher gigahertz speed of the i7 that's in Baby Beast? Or perhaps is Dennis giving that as a speculation for why it needs to run slower? I don't know. Jim, you would know this. In the different classes of CPUs, i3, i5, i7, i9, is it not the case that you can buy a different gigahertz speed for each of those classes?
Yes, but I don't think that the speeds are all that drastically different.
All right.
Like I mean, I don't know off the top of my head because I don't have it in front of me, but an i3 might run at, let's just say for the sake of argument, 3 gigahertz. The i5 may run at 3.2 or 3.3. The i7 may be 3.5. The i9, I'm not sure.
Okay, but the way you just described that, you're describing it as though an i5 is this gigahertz number. There isn't another CPU that is also an i5 at a different gigahertz number.
There might be, because in the i5s, there you have the i5, like for example, the i5 10400, and then you have the i5 10600.
Okay.
So those may run at different speeds.
Okay, and the first 2 digits indicating the class or the generation, and then the remaining 3 digits something more specific about the processor. And I'm guessing what those 3 digits specifically mean might be different from case to case. I don't know. But anyway, I am curious to explore all those kinds of questions a little bit, but that's not today. So let's move along. Hello, Gary Weisenberger. I'm not hearing you, Gary.
It'll probably take him a moment.
All right. I'm going to click on this next link that was given to us in chat while I'm waiting for Gary to say hey. And Gary, are you there yet? No. Okay, I'm going to punch over here to chat. Here's Jonathan has provided something from Curry's, and I already went to it, but I'm going to go to it again, see if I can show that. Now, it first came up with a prompt about cookies. There's something about the way they ask questions about cookies that I wanted to show. What is the difference between these processors, Intel generations? This tells some information, some text about them. You can, well, now this is disappointing. Smoothly multitask work on spread. Oh, you mean with anything other than i5, you can't smoothly multitask? Yeah, that's
I find that difficult to believe.
Yeah. Yeah, this is telling the salesman type of things where you tell people what you can do with it, not technicalities. So
it's also 4 years old.
No, this article's 4 years old.
4 years old.
Yeah.
Right underneath what the difference, it says 19 June 2018.
Yeah, right here. Yeah.
Yeah,
So nice try, but no cigar yet. Go ahead. Who is? Yes.
I stuck a link in there. It's just one comparison, but it's a 10400 versus a 10600, the one that Jim talked about.
Is it just a comparison of their performance result
Right,
differences?
their speed too. I mean, CPU speeds and some other, and
Okay.
so the 10600 is a higher speed.
Well, yeah, okay, yeah.
So, I mean, that's just one example.
Yeah, I want to stop going down this squirrel hole.
Right. One could search
like,
any of those you wanted to compare.
Yeah, I'd like to prepare for it a little bit. And if people are just doing Google searches and pasting links for that, I can do that. I'm looking for something where to find a good English description of why these perform differently and what they're actually doing. And I can find that. But if you know something already. Okay, so let's move on. I think I want to demonstrate some things about this computer before I start taking it apart. I have my camera set up. I got the tripod camera set up. It's on the other side over there. And then the keyboard camera is looking over it. You can see the right side of the NV computer here where my hand is. You see Big Beast on the right side. You can see the tripod camera. So I'll be moving those around a bit. The people that are in Zoom, can you keep an eye on chat and alert me when there's something that I need to look at or address or that's pertinent to what I'm doing? Let's see, I'm just looking at what we got in here now. The amount of cooling, okay, that's still about the different CPUs. Moving on past that. New versions of Zoom It, Crystal Disk info came out. Okay. Now, what I want to do, how do I want to go about this? I have it plugged into power. I have it plugged into one of my capture devices. Power button under here. I hear it coming on. I'm going to do the escape key to get into BIOS because if you know you're going to pull the power, it's a kinder thing to do that. Yeah, I missed it. Get into BIOS. But the NVMe drive that it's booting on right now, that is 128 gigabytes. I don't care what damage I do to it. It's going away. Oh, come on. I wish I had Jim's reaction.
Burn it.
Can you repeat that reaction? That was a good reaction there.
Fire.
It was like he had just taken a bite of something that tastes really, really bad.
Yeah.
That's what I saw. Yeah, 128 gigabytes. It also has a 1 terabyte SSD. I want to do speed tests on both of those to show you what I'm taking this computer from and to. The use I have for this computer, I think, is going to be at Studio H. I should have known better. I should have the Zoom on screen before saying that. To see the reaction, Studio H. Studio H is Huntington Lake. When I was at the cabin last year, because I don't have a laptop that'll do gaming. It's kind of big and heavy to carry it in there, but I'm typically there for 2 or 3 days. So it's something that I have accessible to me. So I think I'll do that. It's got a couple error messages when it boots. I don't care about that. I'm getting rid of that boot drive now. So I want to bring something on. What do I want to do here? I could share the screen, couldn't I? Yeah, what if I bring in a camera capture for, no, do a scene capture. Next video scene for tripod. No, let's not do tripod. Let's do the keyboard camera.
I love the comment in chat. Does that HP have single channel memory to go with 128 gigabytes solid state?
Oh.
Wouldn't be surprised.
Okay, this looks doable.
Dell notoriously puts a single RAM stick in their machines.
All right. That's not blurry. Okay, you can see that all right. So you'll be able to see the little bit of wiggling that I do to this. And I'm going to get my ear down there and see if I can hear the electrical snap. Goes. That's all it took. Moving the computer around, just sliding in a little different position is enough to do that. Now I've got an orange light down here which tells me the power is currently connected. Sometimes I've had to go back and fuss with the connector to get it reconnected. So this is the replacement power brick that I just recently ordered. The next thing I'll do is go do some speed test. Do we see it? Yeah, we see it booting here.
It's definitely not a slouch, even if it is 128 gigabyte drive.
Yeah, well, it's 128 gigabyte NVMe, so it can still boot fast. It is an NVMe, but how fast is it? It doesn't take a whole lot to get a reasonable boot speed. Now this is not. I have not done a fresh install of Windows. This is still the Windows that my client, Windows 10 that my client has had on this computer for years. Now, we bought this in 2017. All right, so let's go. I've got that on screen, so I don't have to turn my back. I can come over here. And it is really tiny because of the resolution. So I might as well go ahead and change to a much lower resolution for our purposes. That resolution number there is 3440 by 1440. So I want to get a number that is where the left number is way higher than the right number, and none of those are. So it's just going to be, let's take about 1280 by 800. Okay, yeah, so for our purposes that'll work fine. And what you're seeing in the capture card is different than what is seen in real life. See how much black there is on the sides? I don't think all of that's coming through on the capture card. It's not. So here's the C drive. Right click, properties. 117 gigabytes is what Windows is seeing, and there's how much space is used. 92 gigabytes. Then the D drive is 1 terabyte, and it's 141 gigabytes in use, but that is not used by my client. What that is I've got Fab's backup in there. I've got Macrium backups in there. I've got another backup in there. That's all stuff that I had in there for one reason or another. And I have a copy of the users folder. So my client total utilization was off of the C drive. Okay. Oh, I didn't need to close that. In the SW setup folder, I have Crystal disk info, crystal disk mark. So here we go, crystal disk info. So here we're looking at the C drive, shows condition good. And it's a Samsung 128. Power on hours, 46,000.
Well, that's interesting. It specifies it as a SATA M2.
Well, I've never seen anything in the transfer mode field other than SATA numbers. Is it? Should it be anything other than that?
I think it should be, but I will double check it.
Well, now that you say that, and is this possibly not an NVMe?
That's what I'm saying. It's a SATA M2. Yes.
I don't
Which
recall
version?
Say again.
I'm just looking at which version of Crystal Disk you're running.
Oh, I downloaded directly to this computer, I believe.
Okay, so it's 8.17. I'm running an older version, 8.12, but if I look at my boot drive, it says interface, NVMe Express.
Oh, all right.
So apparently that's a SATA M2.
Yeah, okay, it might be. Because now that we're discussing that, I think I've referred to it as having an NVMe in it, but I just had NVMe on the mind because that's what I was going to put in it. Now I'm questioning, do I really know that it is NVMe capable? It's a 2017 computer.
Yeah, you'll find out soon enough.
Yeah, we'll find out. And if it's not, then I'll just probably leave it open and reorder the part. So then here's the D drive. What do we care about here? 46,000 hours. So both of these are the same number of hours, right? Pretty close. 46,517, 46,381.
If they were different, I'd be stunned.
Well, they are slightly different, right? 517, so you get up to 417, 436 hours different.
That seems
not 400, 136, right? 381 up to 517. Yeah, I think I did that math in my head reasonably well. Not except for the hundreds number. 7200 rotation, so it's a spinning disk. I think I said it was a SSD, so obviously I'm wrong there. And realizing now that I did not actually look at it. But I had considered when I started thinking that I would want to use this for my own purposes, I thought, well, that 128 boot drive is just so small. That means I have to break things up between the drives. And, well, I could just boot off of that second drive. So I wanted to see how fast is it. So when I checked that out, I realized, nope, not going to do that, which means I have to open the computer. It's easier to replace the 2.5-inch drive than it is to replace the M.2 drive. I should be referring to it as an M.2 drive rather than a NVMe drive until we know that. And then so disk mark 64. Whoops, wrong one. Oh, because I don't have extensions showing. Let's view extensions. We're currently looking at the C drive, and I'm going to change this down to the speeds. The speed tests aren't quite as accurate if you trim down the numbers, and I'll just take the top row. But it gives us a close enough idea. Now, when I first checked on this computer, I actually opened Crystal Disk Mark again and had the test running on both drives at the same time. I haven't tested that to see if that gives unfair readings. taking a look at chat. Yeah, Rand's telling us about the new versions. I see the possible question marks. I see. All right. So that finished. I'll go ahead and start the second drive and then go bring up chat. Yeah, I said twice, 256, and click the first. Whoops, that's still C drive. Stop, stop, stop. Stop now. There we go. All right. I'll leave that on. Oh, we don't need to see it run. I'm going to bring chat up. I see the possible bad connect on that power connection board in the form of cracked solder joint. Yeah, I was kind of suspicious about that. H is for Holon or Haifa. I'm not sure what that's in reference to.
You said Studio H.
Oh, Studio H. Okay, yeah. Dennis, does that HP have a single channel memory to go with that? I don't think so. YouTube channel, David does tech stuff, talks about pre-builts all the time. That is #1 observation, single sticks of RAM. Well, actually, okay, single channel memory, meaning a single stick. Okay, yeah, that's certainly possible. William, the power plug moved out of the computer just a hair may be enough to lose contact with one of the pins on the plug. Because I don't move it out, I just can wiggle the cable or even move the computer slightly without touching the cable. I don't think it's moving out. Mike Paradin says, hello. Battle.net icon, interesting. Battle.net icon. I'm not sure what that is. Oh, maybe my client's son plays games. Maybe there is an icon, and maybe that's what that is. SATA 600 LOL, NVMe Express here, interface field. Those are all pretty short comments. I'm not quite sure what you're driving at. That's the D drive, there's HDC, okay. It is NVMe, a slow version, but it is NVMe. From William. Did I miss something? What is that HP? Yeah, because of that speeds that we saw on the C drive, that kind of locks it in as an NVMe, doesn't it? Wouldn't?
What were the speeds? I wasn't paying attention.
Okay, for the M.2. Did I miss something? What is that HP M.2 again? SATA NVMe, because that speed is way up there from Dennis. Okay, bringing that back on screen. Yeah, 119.
Yeah, that's
in the range of NVMe,
yeah,
isn't
I'm
it?
not sure what's going on there.
But here's the spinning drive, 129.
Okay.
Low. All right, so that's what we got to work with. Is there anything else you want to do before I start opening this up and checking? There's questions about memory. Of course, we can see that when we get into it. Wrong mouse. Minimize those in case somebody asks something else about them. Well, I have CPU-Z on here. I believe I did fresh downloads of all of these. Since my tools folder, I know it's kind of ignored and a lot of out-of-date stuff in there. So here's where we see DDR4 memory, slot 1 and slot 2. So it's got 2 memory boards in there, 4 GB each. It's confirmed down here. Right-click on the Windows button, System.
One's 4, one's 8.
Oh yeah, 12 GB of memory. Oh. So,
which basically means it's not actually in dual channel mode.
True. Right. Good. Yeah. Right on. You have to have the same size memory, preferably the same brand memory, even more preferable matched pair when you buy them together. So I think there's some controversy over how important that is. Not trying to start the argument now. Don't even know if the people here would argue it. Links to
Oh.
models, say it's PCI. Oh, I do have links in the description to the HP website for this computer. Should have been around 560 for SATA. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Yeah.
For SATA M.2. SATA spinning drive, 100 to 200 perhaps. Dennis using DVR function reveals M.2A is a SATA drive. Yeah, that's we saw that M.2 is showing a SATA interface, but yet we have some things, the model number is saying that it's NVMe. Finally, an NVMe drive that the Intel 660p can look down to. Good one, Rand. All right, shall we hear my laugh button? Here we go for Rand.
Good thing you can't hear that over Zoom.
Oh, shoot, that one was
Yeah.
good.
Well, it's not quite the same one that Ken plays. I'm answering my own question. Proceed with the show. All right. Shut down and open it up, I think. I had it in mind that I would go to the HP website and show where the technical manuals usually are. I think I'll skip that because I can see that I'm already taking more time than I intended. But when I go look for documents and manuals, there's user manuals, there's other manuals, but not the technical manual that's usually there. However, in the links that are in the description of this video, I was surprised to find that HP support actually produced their own video of tearing down this computer. And it's actually pretty decent. It skips a lot. There's a lot of editing done. And of course, I'm not going to play it. And then this other one that I have also in the links was just a first search result. I guess it's kind of pointless for me to just scrub through them like that. But both of the videos leave out a lot of content. They're highly edited. In the HP version of the video, when they're telling about disassembling for the to replace the NVMe, there's a point at which you would expect that there's these foam pads here holding the display up, but no, they set that up in advance. Of course. Okay, let's get to it. Bring back on screen so I can just shut it down. Wrong mouse. All right. Oh, no, there is something else I want to show. I'm going to punch up the keyboard cam that's pointed to the connections on the back. When I was trying to connect my capture device, that box right there, StarTech, I plugged it into this HDMI port and I just could not get it to work. Then I came back and found a surprising thing. This is not going to focus well, I don't think. There's a label right above that HDMI port that says HDMI in. Why do you have an HDMI in port on an all-in-one computer? The thing I can come up with is if you're going to use it as an external monitor for another computer. They built that into the technology of the... Okay, that HDMI port maybe doesn't go to the motherboard. Does it just go to the display circuitry? Do motherboards have HDMI in? I don't recall seeing that.
Gotta go. Got family things to deal with. I'll see everyone tonight.
All right. See you, Ken. So my strategy here is I'm using a towel, a bath towel, rolled up in order to support the computer. I'm going to put it on Lazy Susan. I hope Susan's not offended by that comment. All right. Okay. The videos that I have linked in the description of this video, I have watched. I'm going to say that I haven't memorized. I'm going to step away for a minute and turn on the air conditioner. It's getting warm in here. One of the videos shows dropping this back panel first. The HP video shows taking the bezel off first. I'm going to go for the bezel. And let's change camera angles a bit. Video from HP showed, I believe he was just doing it with his fingers. So kind of working with it. There's adhesive under there and there's clips. Non-HP video shows a guy doing it with a going under this bezel with a credit card. Is there anybody in Zoom watching the chat comments? Tell me some comments so we have some.
Well, there's a question about, there was a question about if you could use that HDMI in to connect to a game console. And my guess would be probably.
All right.
Since the last game console I owned was a PS2, I'm not up to speed on it.
The adhesive on the back of this, parts of it are pulling off of the monitor and parts of it are pulling off of the bezel. Trying to get it all to stay on the bezel. Not with any strategy for that, no reason for that, but doing.
or the potential for breakage of that just scares me.
Yeah, well, a happy thing there is that this computer's not going back to a client. This computer is mine to do as I please. So if this doesn't work out, the other thing we can do is take it out in the backyard. See how it interacts with a hammer.
Yeah, it's interesting that they have you go in from the front initially.
Yeah, that was a little bit surprising.
Most of the all-in-ones I've ever played with usually have to take the back off. And that's pretty much all you have to do is take the back off.
And therein lies the reason why I always like to do this with a manual. If not a manual, then watch other people's videos. Oh yeah, that's right. These adhesive strip. This is adhesive strip. It's not continuous. There's a strip on each portion, and so this adhesive over here has started out sticking to the monitor. Going with that. Wow, it's really my fingerprints on the screen are just very, very prominent. Backs of my fingerprints.
This is shades of having to take apart a desktop iMac. Oh my God. Because you do have to take those out from the front.
I don't think I've ever opened mine up. I have a 2012 iMac.
I've been in a few of them. They're not entirely pleasant.
Reach over here and have chat up on a screen that I can have a look at. People put in, it's going to not be hard for me to see the question marks that far away, but
Apple really doesn't want you working on an iMac anyway. They just want to sell you a new one.
And another really annoying thing is they will change design midway through the year too. That just ticks me right off. You'll have like early 2013 MacBooks, and then you'll have late 2013 MacBooks, and some of the parts are interchangeable, but not every one of them. Thank you, Apple. You bastards.
So what was the occasion that you had some amount of experience with Apple computers? Did you have clients, relatives, or what?
No. The small mom and pop shop I was working for a while, we had not an impressive amount of Mac, but we had a decent amount of Mac people. And that's where my favorite phrase came from. I used to just dislike Macs until I had to work on them, and now I despise them. So now I despise them. That's where that came from.
Okay. There are wires at the top of the bezel for the camera. Adhesive is all disconnected.
Yeah. And of course the camera comes off with the bezel. What a surprise that would be.
The video showed disconnecting the wires, and these are all taped over in a way that the videos did not show, and I'm not recollecting whether they showed disconnecting the wires. There, not disconnected. Well, it came separated anyway. Either broke or it came out of the socket. Yeah, it came out of the socket.
Good luck getting it back in.
Yeah. So it's these two teeny wires here on it with a black painted. So this one is a wire that we've seen in computers before, and this one is a little different. I'll perhaps get a better close-up view of those. Third point. Let's lean this up against the wall out of the way. Okay, then the next thing by recollection was pulling the screen out. There's some screws involved first. I don't see a reason to open up that back panel the way the private YouTuber did. And the HP video says how many screws there are. Here's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. And there's a panel at the bottom, bracket down here, a metal bracket that has to come out. Metal bracket right here. Now screws. Some additional 2 screws. It was time to get my magnetic pad. The way I keep screws organized is I use the squares on the pad, left to right, starting with the top row. So the first screws I removed, these 2, and they're at the bottom. So I put them at the bottom of that square. It tells me they're at the bottom of the computer. Pull this out. That's just metal bracket, wires, got a foam pad right there. And then I also stack the parts somewhere that I can keep track of the order that I did. So what I'm doing here, I've got that bezel against the wall, I've got that bracket next to it. Next would be the screws for the monitor. And since all those screws are for the display screen itself, they'll go into the second square on the magnetic pad in a order that shows where they came out. I have taken old computer monitors that are ready to go to recycling, laptops, out into the yard and tried scratching them up to figure out how resistant are these things. They're pretty resistant to the scratch. Earlier in my computer support career, I was doing some work for a large company that had contracted with a national service provider that came out to upgrade all the computers, and they had me assist them, work with them. And they came in with their laptops. I had my laptop. I was kind of impressed with how clean the guy's laptop screen was. I said, "How do you clean your screen?" He was wearing a jacket, you know, kind of like a ski jacket. It wasn't a soft flannel jacket. He took his arm and just rubbed it on the screen with his jacket. Okay. It's not my advice, by the way. Tim, is there anything going on in chat worth mentioning?
Oh, let's go take a look here. Some curiosity about the clips surviving by the time you have to put it back together.
Yeah, those plastic clips. I'm always concerned about them breaking. Have them break on occasion. Usually it's not very troublesome, meaning it will go back together and not be very obvious. And I've also on occasion tried to look real close to figure out which direction the clips are connecting, and figure out how to pry them apart more intelligently.
Question, are you able to write on that, Matt, to make any notes for those screws?
Yes, you can. I don't. I don't find that I need to, because I can follow the order and the number of screws that are in each square. Helps me figure out which are these screws for, the order of the parts that I stack or place in an orderly fashion. Helps me to know what order to put them back together. And I do that. I have that routine that I use because there have been occasions when I don't go back to reassemble something until days or weeks later. I might not expect them to survive on the magnetic mat that long, so I might relocate them. But sometimes I just leave them on the magnetic mat and just make sure it's in a protected location. This screw is weird. So I'm unscrewing it, it's not coming up like the other ones did. This one is coming up, and it's the same kind of bracket. Yeah, something's just spinning under there, like there's a nut that's spinning or broken, because I can't even tighten it. got a fingernail underneath the rim of that screw, trying to unscrew it and get it to come up.
Wouldn't be the first time I've run into a standoff broken right out of the factory.
Yeah. I can make progress because the screw has more play, more height that I can pick it up out of the hole, but I think whatever it's screwed into is just spinning under there. I need some way to, I can find some way to put pressure on whatever's under there. Right, well, I'm going to try is lifting up on the monitor, which puts upward pressure on the screw, and unscrew it. Feel like it's too much. I have all the other screws out.
Well, does it feel like it wants to lift out even with that screw still there?
I'm gonna experiment. Yeah, see this looks like it's all free except for that one screw, and I'm wondering if I can lift it high enough so that I can tell on that other side what is actually going on underneath that screw. Yeah. Okay, so mess around with cameras here a little bit. Yeah, this is the kind of thing that I was thinking. Those videos that I was watching were editing out all difficulties that they encounter. So here's the screw hole that I successfully got the screw out. I lift up on this monitor. I can get a pretty good look underneath there. See, touching that's got the nut under there. There's a metal bracket over it, and so I think the nut underneath is probably intended to be captive, held in place, and that on that other side it's just spinning. Get some needle nose pliers and figure out where they are. It must be upstairs. I'll take a look over here in chat. Let's see, there's highlighted my last that I looked at. And question marks. Are you able to write on that map? That's right, Jim told me about that question. Greg, what about placing a jeweler's flat blade under the screw to place pressure on it? Yeah, I'm trying to see some way that I can put pressure on the nut underneath, but it seems to be like sheltered by this metal bracket over the nut. That would be chit chat. All right. Yeah, I'm going to step away from it and go get a pair of pliers.
And the awkward silence begins.
It doesn't have to be awkward. It can be embarrassing.
Yeah, it could be.
I can't believe you have to go into the front to get a new drive in there. No wonder they want so much money to fix it, though.
Yeah. They're taking. I think they're taking lessons from Apple.
Yeah, actually, I sort of at times agree with soldering that stuff in because it doesn't go missing as much.
I miss the days when you had access doors on the back of things where you could just replace stuff.
Yeah, even the laptops now come, the whole bottom comes out, it seems like.
Yeah. Unfortunately. Whole bottom or keyboard and top come off. I've seen that combination.
My favorite, some of them actually use 2 different size screws on the bottom. It's like, give me a break.
Well, there's a lot of laptops that are like that. You typically find that there are longer screws towards the back where the hinges are, shorter screws along the front. I mean, that seems to me to be reasonably typical. There was a time when HP used the same size screw no matter what it was you were taking out of the laptop.
Well, Dell has one on some of the SPSs. There's 2 screws, and one's in the back. Actually, 3, one on each side of the hinges, and one in the middle of the motherboard. Goes up to the keyboard almost.
Right.
Which I understand the engineering process, but it's not that much different. It was like half an inch where you go, okay, those 2. It's like, I'll pull them with a link. Yeah, okay. What is Doug doing?
He had to go get a pair of needle nose pliers. He wants to see if he can get in there and hold whatever's spinning.
Hemostat.
Now there's that too.
Vice grips.
I don't think you're going to find a pair of vice grips that's going to fit in that space.
Actually, they do make some like that. Needle nose, real small ones. I don't know if they're any good, but they're made in our favorite country, China.
I don't know that I've ever used hemostats on a computer. I've had other uses for them, but
no, I actually have. They came in quite handy picking that little screw you can't get. You don't want to take the thing apart.
Okay. Are these not hemostats?
Yep, they are.
yes, they are.
Yep.
I've only ever used those to hold one thing, and I'm not going to mention it.
That sounds like a personal problem there, Jim.
Yeah.
No.
Now, if your wife said that, you'd be embarrassed.
Hello, Gary. I don't think I've had an audible hello with you yet.
Hi. I have a new computer and I put Windows Pro on it.
Now, I did not find the needle nose pliers that I wanted to use. Of course, I will find them after the live stream is over.
Well, that's par for the course.
Yep. So, and I didn't have hemostats on the mind until I heard Gary say that.
Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't.
All right, so there. Whoop. Yeah, that'll get it lifted up a bit and then grab it with the hemostat. And I do have some other nifty little tools. Here's a pair of angled tweezers. Okay, hemostat's clipped. Being clipped on the nut. I'm going to use these angled tweezers to put pressure on the nut underneath. We'll get a closer look at what's going on with that bracket. Greg's not in Zoom, is he? This metal bracket right here, just a U shape, is this metal bracket under there that has that screw, that nut captive or somehow built into it.
Typically, it's press fit, and it's probably press fit from the back.
If I can get something under that, see if the angled tweezers will go under. No, that's not. That bracket underneath lifts up a little bit when I put up upward pressure on it. I'm wiggling the head of that screw from underneath, which means I have contact with that nut. This is a needle nose pliers, but it's not the tiny ones that I wanted. Is somebody yawning?
Sorry.
Oh, that looks good. There we go. New extracted. Yeah.
Now the question is, hopefully it will lift out.
Yep. And this has wires on the top side, I believe. No, bottom. Literally, it's ready to come up.
I assume we will not be putting that screw back in.
Right. Unless we find a way to properly secure it, but
No.
again, since it's not going back to the client, I really don't care about it.
Yeah, there's plenty of screws holding the display in the first place. I don't think one missing is going to be all that crucial.
Yeah. Agreed.
Well, it's very much like an Apple display. Oh, joy. All the little disconnects you have to do.
So here we've got, this is my documentation is the video. And right now that if putting this back together, I have any questions as to what goes where, come back to the video to see that.
Well, if the engineer did his job, he used different size connectors on each one.
Yeah.
So that you can't mix them up. That's assuming the engineer did his job.
Yeah. But now here's an interesting thing. There's each side of the monitor, bottom corner, that I'm pointing to there, has a wire coming out this way and attaches to a jack right here. And the other side of the monitor has similar wire coming out and it connects to that same jack, but they're backwards. Meaning the one that comes from this side, on the way I'm facing right now, this is my right, it comes out here and connects to the left port, and this one on my left comes out and connects to the right side. And they look like they are the same.
They would be because they're the speaker connectors.
There you go. You know what? Actually, that might be one connector. Yeah, all right, that's good. A single connector. So that's easy. And then there's two more wires. And they have different size connectors, so that's easy. One has a little bit of tape over it.
Well, that one's
Okay.
that's probably the screen. The other one's probably the backlight.
Yeah. And this one has one of these pull tapes. Let's see, I think the best way to show that is after I pull it up. Little rocking motion. Okay, this is a connector that has a metal frame.
Probably 30 pin.
Piece down here, and it's got this plastic tape that you use to pull up or to disconnect it. And then a piece of tape holding it to the motherboard, just pull that up. This connector over here is also one that I recognize that just pulls up. Do a little bit of a rocking motion with gentle pull up. Does it have a clasp? Might have a clasp. I had a way to hold this monitor screen up. Oh, gosh. Okay. The separate camera for showing this view. And I'm going to get my magnifiers. Clips. This was putting a fingernail under the shoulder on each side and then using alternating pressure on each side. Pull that up. So the monitor is completely separated now. Okay. Looking at chat. Ooh. Just a suggestion there from Greg about a jeweler's flat blade underneath to put pressure. Happy Saturday from Matthew Barnes. Am I missing question marks? I'm trying to get any question marks. If I miss something, you have to put it in again. William, the brass insert into plastic has too loose? Does the insert clear any other holes? You could heat the screw with a solder iron to remove the screen. Apple bad designs are copied more and more. William says, could do a Carey fix and drill the head of the screw off when he had the hard drive in a laptop to replace the screw. This screw was turning. It was clear that it was not stuck. It's just that the nut underneath it, and if I would have used a drill, it would have just spun with the drill blade. So yeah, it wouldn't work. Dremel, success. Doesn't need it. Haven't been watching busy. All that small, essentially laptop motherboard. Yeah. Why not just have a trap door for the RAM? The replacement computer for this client did have a trap door on the back that didn't require any screws. You just pull on it and it just easily snaps off. It's not even as complicated as a laptop battery where you push the levers to take it out. No levers to push. And it gave you access to I think it gives you access to all the drives and the memory on the back panel.
Somebody must have complained.
Yeah, very simple. And that was a brand new replacement for this computer, 34-inch wide, flat screen, not curved, from HP. So that was nice. All he has to pay, hello. So this was in, we'll say this was in the HP's phase of difficult designs. At least the computer that we replaced this one with is better. I'm not going to go so far to say that HP is better now. I don't know if that's consistent across all their products or if it was just that one.
No,
Okay.
It's not. Dell's not consistent across their product line either.
Yeah. I'd be very reluctant to say any of them have improved. Oh, Boss mentions the CMOS battery, which that's something I recently, when starting this computer up, it lost its clock information. So yeah, I want to look for replacing the CMOS battery since I have it open. I've seen where it would even let you replace CMOS battery from such a door. Ah, okay. I'm fine, Alias. Thank you. All right, so go back to tripod camera. Next is motherboard. Because to get to the M.2 drive, it's on the other side of the motherboard. So I have to remove the motherboard.
Jesus.
Yeah. Now, before we get there, here's the spinning 2.5-inch drive. And this plate here is a weird thing because the HP video showed dealing with this plate, and they called it a nameplate. And I see here that it has ID information, hence the name nameplate. And I did not realize this about this computer, and I still don't quite realize it, but I think I got an idea what this is going to be. This plate right here, get a better view of that. This plastic plate right here has a couple of labels on it, and it has a lot of dust, and it has some embossed writing. They called it a nameplate inside the computer. What's the point of that? Why not just put the stickers, affix them to something in the computer? Now, I'm going to move this camera again. Better to take it off screen when I'm going to move it. And if this does what I think it does, one got a speculation of what it does. Okay, here's this thing they call a nameplate. A little cutout here. Now they showed pushing it out from inside the computer, but I think this thing can be pulled down without opening the computer. Sure doesn't want to go nicely. I'm trying to get it to come out just by, yeah, there it is. So it comes out so you can read these stickers. I had no idea it was there.
Yeah, you, for God's sake, you couldn't have put the stickers on the back for Christ's sake?
Yeah, just put it on the back of the computer. Hello.
Jesus.
So a person's not going to know to even look there until they find it in a manual somewhere. There's no label on the outside of the computer that gives you that clue that they're there.
Some engineer was bored.
Yeah. HP NV curved all-in-one PC with serial number, product number, model number, UPC barcode, a BID number, feature byte, and HP NV curved all-in-one PC. So you have to pull this out. They were showing this on their video if you're trying to remove the 2.5-inch drive, because when it's in place, it covers the drive. Yeah, all right. This being weird.
That's insane. That's absolutely insane.
Now they show on their video removing this cage before disconnecting the SATA cable, but I think since I don't really care about removing that, I'm just going to remove the cable from the motherboard. It's got one of these little connectors that has a this flap here that you pull up and then use this blue pull tab, and there's an adhesive to the motherboard, and it occurs to me that probably be easier to do this if I release the adhesive first. Looking for another.
Maybe that's why they want you to take the drive out, because the damn thing is glued down so much.
Yeah, it could be. But that was in a section that was specifically for the drive, although the section for removing the M.2 drive, they show completely removing the 2.5-inch drive and doing the cable that way. Well, my efforts of pulling the adhesive off of the motherboard actually disconnected from the socket. I find a lot of these double stick tapes they use are good for at least one reuse. And a lot of times also I just don't really care about securing it all the same way. So then there's another wire this direction. Disconnect. Sometimes you can get to what you want to do without disconnecting all the wires, but when I'm trying to do this on camera, I'd rather just go ahead and take them all out. Because if you don't disconnect all the wires, then you wind up trying to take out the M.2 drive from the other side of the motherboard while holding the motherboard mid-air with wires still connected. And that's just a little more sketchy. Then there's
What, you don't have a third arm?
Yeah. 1, 2, 3, and I don't have a Mitch. There's 3 connectors there, and there's another connector out here, and then there's the Wi-Fi card. And the Wi-Fi card will just take the wires off. So these all just look like they're fingernails around the shoulders of the connector, and wiggle it up. I'm gonna use my magnifiers to get a closer look at that.
This is why I hate working on all-in-ones.
They are worthy of hatred. All three of these are just going to be lock them up. As opposed to having some kind of a retainer clip.
Arnold wants to know how much would a job like this cost. Well, unfortunately, something like this is almost always a flat rate, because if you had to pay for the time it's going to take it apart, it'd be cost prohibitive.
Yeah, if I were to do this for a client, I would be clocking my start time and my end time, but I wouldn't be doing it on camera. Camera makes it take a little bit longer, or a lot of bit longer. And I wouldn't know ahead of time how long it's going to take because I don't know what complications I'm going to run into. This computer being a 2017 purchase for my client, and with Windows 11 coming up, I absolutely would not be doing this for my client.
Yeah, I think I saw the specs. I think it's a sixth gen CPU, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it does. It did offer Windows 11, implying that it's Windows 11 capable, but still, it's age. And of course, since my client lost the replacement power supply, allegedly, she chose to replace it anyway. And she is a person who easily can afford to replace a computer and she replaces her computers and printers when they're not really in need of replacement. She has actually done it on occasion, saying that she needs a tax write-off, and done it towards the end of the tax year.
Yeah, I had to push my wife to replace her laptop before the end of last year.
Yeah, and we're pressured to get it done in time, and even to the extent that I've gotten into the habit of asking this client in like October, November, you want a new computer before the end of the year? Because I don't want her telling me that at the last minute. But then here's the Wi-Fi card. Just grab the wire and then put a fingernail under the clip, the brass clip, and give it upward pressure while I'm wiggling the wire back and forth. Pops off. This one popped off without any pressure. Almost like it wasn't even connected or like it's broken. So we'll get my magnifiers again. Have a closer look at it. And I am likely to want to use this on Wi-Fi, and if this internal Wi-Fi doesn't work well enough, I'll just connect the USB Wi-Fi. Yeah, those look fine. Okay, all the wires disconnected. Oh, here's something fun. The new computer for this client came with a wireless keyboard and mouse. That's my magnifiers that I've been wearing. It came with a wireless keyboard and mouse, but my client has one of those Microsoft ergonomic keyboards and a mouse. So we knew that she wanted to keep her keyboard and mouse. But I was looking at the new keyboard and mouse that came with her new computer, thinking, can I use this somewhere else? Well, it doesn't have one of those what's that red icon on the wireless keyboard and mouse that they're
Unifying?
Unify, yeah. Didn't have one of those symbols, so I didn't think that it could work with a unifying receiver. And there was an indication in the setup instructions that the transceiver for it is inside the computer. And there was another all-in-one that a client of mine had where there was a door on the back of the computer where you could get to the transceiver for the wireless keyboard mouse and replace it. This one, watch this. Let's see, I'll get this positioned right. I have no idea where the original keyboard and mouse is that came with this computer, so. Here's keyboard cam. What do you see there? Bottom center of the screen.
Oh yeah.
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 There's the transceiver, USB transceiver right there. And here's that access door that other YouTube video shows how to separate it without pulling the computer apart. So you can get to this, but it's not an easy access. That's it right there. So totally pointless to leave that in there or remove it. And it does not have the unifying transceiver symbol. So I'm inclined to just put it in the garbage can. Otherwise, I'm going to try to figure out what that's for later. Whoops, here's another wire. Over here. Let's miss that one. Okay, so there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 wires to connect to the motherboard. And then I think their count was 9 for the screws holding it in. Let's see, I guess that camera angle's fine, isn't it? Oh, I moved my magnetic pad because I was in danger of knocking the screws around while I was pulling the monitor out. I try to keep the orientation of my magnetic pad so that down is the bottom of the computer. I stand the screws on the magnetic pad on their head because that way they don't roll around and mix up their order. These screws are likely to all be the same, but that's not always the case. Now here, there's a screw here I took out, and this one I took out. There's not another screw along this top row. So I position them in that square on the magnetic pad in a way that represents that. And that looks like a screw hole, but it's not. It's more like some kind of almost want to call it a rivet, but it's not. I don't, never took anything out of there, but those are two places that looks like they could be a screw location. Here's all look like they're the same size. Here's another one. This is the only one that's kind of mid board. It's not around the perimeter. So I also put that on the square in a way to reflect that. All right. I'm going to step out of the room and hit the air conditioner again. Old House Farms sponsored this portion of the video. No, they didn't. Okay. Alias, love that laugh. Demeanor. Now the second step, disassemble the board. Pulls down from there. But you couldn't swap the drive from down there. Nope. That would have been nice. That card is not insane, it's dumb. Alias, no Mitch, no camera person. A job like this costs. So if you were to take the time of this video, probably cut it in half. That's probably the time that it actually takes to do it. And then there's going to be not cloning, but in this case, be a fresh install of Windows. But that's because it's for me. If it was for the client, I would have been cloning the drive. The size of this machine, they should have had a built-in power supply. The new computer, the replacement computer, did have built-in power supply, so it just took a standard power cable on the back. I had no idea that was going to be the case. I was very happy to see that, particularly since the problems with this computer was the power supply. Built-in Bluetooth inside. Bluetooth. That blue dongle, yeah, that wasn't Bluetooth. The Bluetooth capabilities would be built into the Wi-Fi. That's not going to be a separate component. Good time to put a new dongle you want. And no, I'd rather connect from the outside. I'd rather have whatever dongle I'm going to put on the outside. I'm not going to be short of USB ports. If you tried putting a different transceiver, I have put my own transceiver on the back of the computer. In fact, I had to remove that. I think I removed it on camera today because I didn't want pressure being put on it when I laid it down on the Lazy Susan. Bluetooth USB dongle there. I don't think it is. I don't think that USB dongle was for Bluetooth. I think it was for the original keyboard mouse. Guess it will prevent you from misplacing it, but not practical. Yeah. Okay. Motherboard up. What camera angle am I going to give for that? That looks good. Oh, one more. This screw out here for the radiator. Now, it's not a liquid cooler, but they called it a radiator. It's more like a vent, a register, just to duct the air out. And they said that's a captive screw, so I'm not going to be able to remove that screw. Now, testing to make sure all three. And that problem child power connector is under this part of the motherboard. Plugs in from the back. Here's a couple USB ports that are accessible from the bottom of the computer. And here's an SD card port accessible from the bottom of the computer. Ah, I see there's something there that is providing resistance, and I just found it. I'm looking around the board with my eyes. Watch this white round piece there as I'm moving the motherboard. Little round white piece does not move. That looks like it's a plastic post that I need to lift the motherboard up over that plastic post to get it out. And these USB ports are inserted into rectangle cutouts in the case frame. Challenging to do that. Got to get a good significant angle on that motherboard to get it up. Right. There's our two memory boards. And I should go look and see if I've got, I'm sure I've got 8 gig boards. I could replace that 4 with an 8, just get it up to 16. And there's the M.2 drive. And I haven't read the label yet. I'm going to turn around. We all see the label. Let me change that camera to automatic focus. That's on automatic focus. Change it to manual. That should work. Yeah. We're checking. With exposure. Checking this right. Put a plan C for that. There we go. There we go. Part number, serial number, model, Samsung Electronics at the bottom. I've seen these actually have the letters NVMe on them when they are NVMe. It's only got one notch on the connector side, which that's consistent with NVMe, but that's not always inclusive, the number of notches. So somebody have to go look that up. Suspecting somebody in chat will. I'm guessing it's SATA. But we thought from the speed that it
From the read speed, it seems that it's NVMe. So
yeah. So I don't know. Jury's still out on that because it's not telling us. It is a one notch on the connector, which is consistent with NVMe. But I know there's some variations where the SATA will have a single slot rather than two.
That's an old drive though. It's a 2016.
Oh yeah, there we go. 2016
03.
03 right here. The HP part number, simple Google search will come up with a response there. This part number up here, I don't see anything. The only thing that's obvious in there is the 128 gigabytes. I just saw something roll. Ran Israel says NVMe. I'd like you to give more explanation there. Does that mean you looked it up? Wintermute Samsung SM951 is NVMe.
yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Oh yeah, because it is Samsung.
Yeah, PCI Express 3.0. Yeah.
All right. There we go. Oh, it's PCI Express.
Yeah, PCI Express. That's NVMe.
Okay. Single notch on the right with 5 pins, NVMe. So he's counting down here 5 pins on this small notch. But I believe there's a variation of M.2 SATA that's not NVMe that has single notch. Usually I believe they have 2 notches. And perhaps the implication there is in that event, if it was a single notch SATA M.2, it's not going to be 5 pins. Is that the implication of Rand's comment? I don't know. But don't care enough to go answer that now. All right, moving on. New package. Samsung 980 NVMe M.2. That's our replacement. And what does it say down at the bottom? 3,500 megabytes per second.
How much was that? If you don't mind.
I'd have to look it up.
Oh, no big deal. I thought you may have bought it recently.
Yeah, I did buy it recently from Amazon. In fact, it came the same day. Oh. Yeah, unboxing video, right?
That's the 980 Pro.
No. I looked around and I did some Googling about the difference. There was 970 Pro, there was 980, and maybe there was 980 Pro, and I was looking, okay, what does all those differences mean? Do I care about them? And I didn't care about them. So I just went for one, but that was a reasonable price. As a matter of fact, that comment reminds me that it was just under $100.
Listed on Amazon for $99.40.
Yeah, and it shows as a sale price, I think.
Yeah,
So like 30
listed at
some odd.
$139.99.
Yeah. Yeah. So let's
Yeah, okay,
go
so-
to this
play
and give you
980. Okay.
a close-up view of it. So there's your close-up view of it.
Newegg has it on sale also.
Yeah,
They have one on sale.
I wouldn't buy. I don't buy anywhere except Amazon, not for any quality or experience or anything like that, just because I understand Amazon. I pay for Amazon Prime. I know I can easily return it. I don't even compare the prices. And it would have to be a huge price discount for me to bother buying from someone else. And part of the reason for that is just laziness. My bookkeeping, I have a very clean, clear system for entering that information and reconciling my purchases and such, and it's just so much easier if I'm only purchasing from one source. So on the rare occasion that I do purchase from another source, I have to make special provision to make sure I get that documented right. And for me, spending an extra amount of time is time that it could be billing to a client, my hourly rate, which is usually going to outweigh any savings that I get by futzing around with trying to save 20% here and there.
All right, now here comes the $64,000 question. You're going to be replacing the other drive?
No,
Hmm.
I'm going to use that for Macrim Reflect backups. I don't care about the speed. So, no. It's a 1 terabyte drive. There's absolutely no need, no reason to speed it up. All right. Now, memory though. I'm gonna step away from the camera again and go get my bag of memory boards.
I'm gonna get a new CMOS battery.
Probably not necessary.
Yeah, he talked about it earlier. I don't know what state the battery's in. With all the pages about to open this up.
They usually last 10 years, but it's a 6-year-old battery. And I wouldn't want to go through it again yet to open it.
I had a very proprietary HP 486 computer years ago that had no battery. It used a combination of a coil and a capacitor circuit to emulate a battery. Very strange.
Yes, I do want to replace the CMOS battery because when I moved it recently from one room to the other and turned it back on, it had lost its date and time. So that tells me it's probably a weak CMOS battery. And since I have them here, let's see, Alias says it Googled about USB dongle there. It says a keyboard and mouse wireless dongle. Yeah. 2.4 gigahertz. It's not Bluetooth. It is NVMe drive. It came out of the computer found by its part number, right? 980 Pro is PCIe Gen 4. Oh, right. Yeah, that's so the Gen 4. fits in the same socket, right? The NVMe Gen 4, but if the motherboard doesn't support it, you're not going to get the speeds.
That's
right?
pretty much it. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
But if you remember to take it out when you trash the computer, you can use it on your computer.
Somebody suggests blowing it out and air. Oh yes, I do see significant amount of dust. I'll show that a little bit. 6-year-old mechanical drive. Yeah, that doesn't bother me. And air after connecting the drive. Necessary to reassemble everything and make sure the BIOS recognizes it. After connecting the drive, it will be necessary to reassemble everything and make sure. Okay, well, that's a reasonable point. Can we verify BIOS recognizes it before reassembling everything? Nah. Yeah, I might shortcut a little bit on that. Given how pain it is to get in, would have to replace with a cheap SSD anyway. Limited to Gen 3 speeds. Now, worst case scenario, that 2.5-inch drive fails. All that means is I can't back up to that drive internally, so I'll just connect a drive by USB. Not important enough to spend money on that. Then here's on this. All right, here's my bag of memory boards and my box of batteries. That should be, what is it, 2016?
2032.
2032?
That's pretty much the standard these days. Has been for a long time, actually.
Okay, yeah, it's just so rare that I replace some. I have 2016 on hand for some other reason. Back a little tab there, should just pop right up. There you go. $2032. I'd like to get better at adjusting these cameras, so I'm going to try this. There you go. That's clear. 2032 at the bottom of it. And oh, how about battery tester? Back in a moment. All right. Another box of stuff. Batteries. Battery tester. What do you think? All the way to the left.
It's dead, Jim.
Yep, it is dead. Oh,
which is a little unusual considering it's only a 6-year-old battery.
Yeah, yeah. Agree with that. All right, here's a package I have of 2032s. I'm pretty sure I bought these off of Amazon. I do not buy the cheap batteries. I always buy the brand name batteries through Amazon and then check the date code, because some vendors on Amazon will sell batteries that are expired. So down here at the bottom, we see that that's 2030. March 2030 is the expiration date. And I have had brand new batteries that are like less than a year from expiration date that they're shot. Won't work. Wow, this is a challenging unpackaging experience. The most challenging part of this video that I made of replacing a NVMe drive was getting the batteries out of the package. Good grief. Kidding me?
Scissor resistant plastic.
Technician resistant packaging. Somebody's going to have a conversation at a dinner table. You should see this YouTube video I watched today. This guy couldn't get a battery out of a package. Calls himself a computer technician. Good grief. Is it? Oh, it's sealed or taped in there or something. What?
Don't want anybody stealing those off the rack at the Walmart.
Oh gosh, what is going on here? Oh. Yeah, it's actually molded in plastic. That's not a pocket that battery is sitting in. It's totally molded in there. What do I do with that pocket? I already had it out. That's going to do it. Yeah, that was fully encased within that package in a separate plastic package. Now, let's see. There we go, full deflection. Okay. Okay, in the back slot, that's the 4 gigabyte.
Website says it will support up to 16.
In each slot or total?
Total for a 64-bit system.
Total. So
You
I
got
put
8. You could do
can
that.
only put 8 in it. I'm pretty sure that's all I'm gonna. Doubt that I have any 16s that have been
If
obsoleted
you have
from
some
other
H, you could get it
computers.
to 16. HP does some weird stuff. My laptop from HP has 12 gigabytes, which seems like an odd number. But the memory strips, according to some utilities, are from two different vendors.
Yeah.
One's Samsung and one's another one. Hynix or something.
Well, keep in mind that lately the trend has been for a lot of laptops, there's 4 gigabytes soldered to the board, which you can't remove. So you only have one slot that you can put extra memory in.
I haven't opened this up, so I don't know.
It's been a trend for a while. I think Lenovo has done it. Pretty sure that HP's done it. Pretty sure that Dell's done it. Again, they're taking lessons from Apple. Solder the memory to the board.
It's just like smartphones, soldering the batteries in almost every model now. A lot of Android phones used to have slots to put a battery in, replace the battery.
Yeah, my wife's older Galaxies had the door that you could take.
Quite rare now.
Yeah.
Okay, here's a candidate. This was purchased for a Latitude, but it won't work. Here's my notes there. This was purchased by a client for a particular computer, and it wouldn't work for him. DDR3L. The L, I believe, is referring to low power consumption for a laptop.
Double check, Doug. I think this machine takes DDR4.
It does, according to their website.
Okay.
2 DDR4 260 pin sockets.
Well, that would be a physically different.
Yes, it would.
Yeah, it is. It is different. So here's the
memory.
memory.
It's up to PC 4-17,000.
Yeah. So they're just showing the difference on the connectors.
It'll support 4 gigabyte and 8 gigabyte SODIMMs, SODIMMS.
Okay.
Whatever.
Well, it does not look like I have 8s in here. All of these that are in here appear to be 4s. Which would beg the question, Doug, why are you holding on to 4 gigabyte memory?
I don't have a problem holding on to 4 gigabyte DIMMs.
Oh, what's going on here? This.
Now, if you think I'm going to hold on to anything that's less than 4, well, you got that's not going to happen.
Hi, everybody.
Yeah. Hello, Josh. Yeah. No, that's the end of that. I'm just going to leave it with the 12.
Oh, it has 12 now?
Yeah, it has 12 now. It has an 8
that'll
gig and a 4 gig. That's all right.
Yeah, 12 is adequate. It's kind of weird to me that it's adequate.
Yeah. All right. And it was, the 4 was in the back slot. All right. NVMe drive in place. Memory in place. CMOS battery. Got everything covered? I think so.
This machine's going to be very pissed off when you first turn it on.
And all right, yeah, because BIOS reset. And unbootable drive.
Yeah, new hardware, all that stuff. It's gonna it's gonna be a little angry when it first wakes up.
Yeah, but the Windows 10 electronic digital license will be fine.
Oh yeah, yeah, that's
Yeah.
fine.
Hello friends, DVR mode for a while now. Looking for question marks or oranges, nada. 12 gigabytes RAM soldered to the motherboard for Kennywood and not upgradable. All right.
Yep. Like I said, they've been taking lessons from Apple.
Yep. Dennis says Windows 11, please. I do feel a need to put Windows 11 back on Baby Beast. Mainly because I have no way to answer somebody's Windows 11 question here.
I was just gonna ask why, but never mind.
Oh, there's more I need to do. Here's a clue. Here's that
Okay.
radiator.
Are we a little dusty, are we?
See through some of the fins. Go back to the keyboard camera for that.
Oh yeah, just slightly clogged.
Yeah, you think?
Whew. I'm sneezing just looking at it.
Back side of it. And then the other siding of dust.
Oh, you can see the dust in the chassis, yeah. That fan probably needs to be brushed a little too.
Right.
Ooh, Jesus. Yowza.
There's a good view. Yep. So my first choice is to take her out here in the front and use my leaf blower. And that's gonna be off camera. How long we've been going here? 2.5 hours.
Yep.
I'm up for finishing this. Are people still watching?
Show 37 watching.
37 watching? All right. Well, I'll go ahead and do that. So I'm going to be away from the camera a little bit. I'll bring a leaf blower into the office here to show you what my leaf blower looks like. I'm not going to blow it in here.
What is Doug talking about?
Pardon me?
No, it
I said, what are you talking about?
You gotta blow the dust out of it.
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
The fins on the cooler are like majorly clogged and the fan's not looking good either, so he's got to blow it out.
Yeah. Just use a brush, little paintbrush will probably do it.
Yeah, it probably will. I think a leaf blower would be a little bit overkill, but hey, it's Doug.
Oh yeah.
But he didn't want to do it in the office either way.
Yeah, well, no, you don't want to, no.
No, you don't want to do that.
Yeah. That's,
Oh, bloody hell.
that's my leaf blower.
Jesus.
Oh, look at the super size of that.
Jesus.
That's for Big Beast.
Give her them.
Something about a mouse and an elephant gun comes to mind.
Just shoot it. Oh, God.
That's fairly impressive.
I thought you was just talking about a little blower.
No. I don't have a leaf blower quite that large, but I do have one, and I do use it on all the desktops around here. Man, I gotta get some more water. You guys talk amongst yourselves.
All right, here's the results on the
He's back.
radiator.
Ooh.
There
You
you
see
go.
through it.
No.
Here's the other side.
Nice and shiny.
Yeah.
Now, I assume you're going to use a paintbrush or something on the fan. Or are you going to take that
Oh,
out?
the fan. No, I'm going to take the whole case out. Put
Okay.
it on outside too.
Oh.
There's the screws out.
Did
If
do
they'll
it in the
survive
office?
a
Oh,
leaf
please?
blower.
Oh, no.
This is not a great Salazar level of PC cleaning. They've all left the room.
We're still here watching you.
All right. So I guess I need another webcam mounted out on my front porch.
Oh. Yep.
Or I could display my Ring doorbell camera. Show the results. Now let's do it with this handheld camera. Cleaned up pretty nicely. Not a Greg Salazar level of clean. Okay. Photomix Media says, do not leave me hanging. Finish this project. Okay. It's nice to hear somebody ask for that.
Even if it takes now 2 hours to do.
I got to finish it anyway.
Yeah.
I will
Well,
give
we
it
have
a
12 o'clock.
yeah. Let's see. That's the chat between them. Dennis saying, Adamant IT would probably approve. Dennis sent me a link somebody pronouncing the word ADAMANT, and he says this is the way that he pronounces it. And it's actually, adamant is a word, right? It's an adamant. If you're adamant, that means you're insistent. Because I've always thought of it as Adam, thinking that's his name, and the word ant. I don't think that's the case. Then it says it's adamant, as in I am adamant that computer be done properly. And then Zvi Minor says, please no part 2. Yeah, even if I did end the video here, there would not be a part 2 to it. I would just finish it up off camera. What am I showing now? Whoops. I guess. Lay the motherboard approximately in place, making sure I'm not sitting on top or concealing any of those wires. And it's got to go in at an angle. Get USB. Oh, wait a minute. I'm not, nope, not ready to do this. Not ready to do this. There's something else I wanted to accomplish. That power port. What's going on with that power port? Oh, it is on the motherboard. All right. Let's, for those who weren't here for the earlier explanation, any wiggling of the power connection on the back of the computer would cause it to disconnect and die. And I was thinking that because the power connector comes on the back of the computer and motherboards don't have these ports mounted vertically like that, but this one does. I don't think that's a thing for, this is not a laptop motherboard then, is it?
The HP website says it's a specially custom motherboard. It's not a standard size.
Yeah, it's a specially custom motherboard because it's got these connectors vertically mounted, or right angle, or whatever you want to call that. It's not along the edge of a motherboard like they normally would be.
I'm sorry, I had to step away. Did we see whether or not there's loose solder joint on the other side?
No, just beginning that investigation. So it feels firm. My fingers.
Yeah, but the center pin could be loose on the motherboard on the other side.
Right here, there are solder joints visible. Get the focus fixed here. Find me something to non-conductive to point with. These connections right in here. I'm putting pressure on the connector with my finger on the other side of the board to see if we can see any movement on this side. Not seeing any movement.
And the other problem is that you're probably dealing with a multi-layer board and you don't know where the rest of the traces are that you can't see.
Right.
I mean, as a precaution, I might try to reflow the center pin with some fresh solder, but beyond that, you don't have a lot of choice.
I was just trying to show the edge of the motherboard to describe about how it's a multi-layer board. You can see the different layers of the board, like a laminated plywood type of effect. That's not shown up very well. Moving on. I'm going to take a closer look at the connector itself, see if we can see anything physically wrong with it. Let's see, some light.
Aziz, light. And you're going to be hard pressed to get a good angle on it.
Yeah. Think anything's going to come of this. Let's see, and one other thing to try there is just putting pressure on it. Oh, look at that. There's a little bit of movement.
Yeah, but that's to me is normal.
Yeah, I don't think that's a significant deal. Well, I'm certainly not seeing anything there that jumps out and says, here, fix me.
Yeah, you got two choices. You can reflow all the solder points with fresh solder that might clear it up, or you may just simply have to replace the connector, which is not something I envy anybody having to do on a board like this.
Yeah. Well, there's a third option, which is more likely going to be my choice, is just live with it. It actually works pretty well as long as you don't move it. And if you do move it, just start it up again. It's not that big a deal. I'm glad that I at least looked at it. All right. Next, put the motherboard screws in. I'm going to start with that captive screw on the radiator, simply because I feel that I got a decent shot at forgetting to screw that in, since it is a captive screw.
Been there.
Yep. See, when I screwed that down, it caused one side of the motherboard to raise up a little bit. Thinking something under it pressuring it. Under those good. Now, if I were doing this kind of work as part of my business, doing this more regularly, I would be much quicker, more capable, because I'm do it often. If you do anything often enough, you'll be faster at it. And of course, also that I'm making a video while I'm doing this. A little bit hazardous to do something that you're not real familiar with while making a video, because the act of making a video just causes a level of distraction and cause trouble.
Zabi was asking, is there an SD card socket?
Yes, it's on the bottom. I did show it earlier in the video, but I know everybody doesn't watch all along with the video, so I'm going to show that. I did not show this angle on it before. Here from the keyboard camera, I'll fix the focus there. It's this slot right here. And there's the motherboard side of it. Okay. You have to pull out the plastic from Zabi. Can you show HDMI input?
Rewind the video, it's there.
Yeah, it's when we were looking at the ports, when I had the motherboard on the desk, turned over the other side, all the ports are at a 90-degree angle to the oh, wait a minute. No, he's referring to something else that I had questioned. Because an HDMI in port is so unusual, I was asking, is it possible that that is actually not on the motherboard? But I think it's clear that it is, because all of those ports were physically already got screws in. Yeah, I think we can just leave that to rewinding the video, because they were all soldered onto the motherboard. I was thinking that that was a separate panel connected by wires to the motherboard, and that was not the case. So this is a custom motherboard. Somebody looked that up, Jeff, I think. It's a custom motherboard. It is not a laptop motherboard, which I originally presumed was the case.
The HDMI in is the HDMI port furthest to the right when you were looking at the stuff on the other side of the board.
Right, and that was clearly indicated on the back of the computer.
Yeah. So whatever it does, it's directly into the motherboard. It's not an add-on of some type.
Yeah.
It says you can connect video devices using an HDMI cable.
And while this has a discrete graphics, the graphics are in the motherboard.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah,
It
that was
can be a
another question.
TV too.
Says 2 gigabytes NVIDIA GeForce GTX 960A permanently soldered to the motherboard.
Okay. I don't think it was a clearly separate board soldered onto the motherboard, was it? Is it?
It doesn't
components?
say that, it just says permanently soldered. So
Yeah.
it's not clear.
I think
No, I'm sure it's soldered directly to the main board.
meaning components.
It doesn't
electrical
say.
components, or well, we can
I'm
look
not-
back and
Sorry,
I'm looking
I
at
don't have an
the
answer for that.
motherboard page at HP and it doesn't, it's not specific about what you're
Okay.
asking.
well, we can see that on the video. Right, screws are all in, but it still is weird to me that you would have circuitry to have HDMI into a motherboard that theoretically is coming out from another motherboard, from another computer.
Well,
Pass through maybe.
well, yeah, that's essentially what it is. It's just the pass through. The motherboard's just passing it through to the display. That's all it's
Gotta
doing.
be. That's got to be. Now, I think I heard Chris chime in about a TV. What were you saying, Chris?
I guess it could be used as a TV.
Well, it doesn't have a tuner.
Yeah, well, you don't really need that nowadays. You just get you could buy a tuner or whatever. Card.
Yeah, well, you're just using some other device to send an HDMI signal to it.
You could use a
Hey,
satellite receiver or whatever,
Yeah.
cable box or whatever,
Right.
Roku or
Okay. Let's see. So HDMI input, we got yes, how it's routed. Was that how it's routed? How what? Oh, probably the HDMI. Speed is fine from IDA, so we can follow step by step what you're doing. Okay, great. It's good to hear that this is interesting or useful somehow. Question mark, must be able to be switched by a video switching circuit to select which display, just like modern. Oh, that's an interesting point. So you got the computer up and running, you got an HDMI coming in from a second computer, so you should be able to press buttons on the front of this display panel to select which device you want to view on screen. And I have most of my monitors, you can do that. They have you can choose which computer you want to be viewing on screen. You could have a monitor connected to two different computers. I know it's HP, but I think it's a decent system. It's higher end Envy, not Pavilion. I'm not one who dogs on HP. I'm okay with any major name brands. All computers, whether they're major names or custom built, have their upsides and downsides. In my opinion. All right. Indeed. We got screws on. Next is connecting wires.
My major problem with most OEMs is the proprietary motherboards and the corner cutting that they do.
Yeah, well then that goes to my comment that they all have their ups and downs. Those are downs. Okay.
And then there are certain OEMs that likes to make these ridiculously low-end machines. Unfortunately, people buy them.
I think your cough that I wasn't paying attention to actually gave you a clue of who you were trying to implicate.
I've had both
think?
HP and a Dell laptop that were low end and they both died prematurely.
Well, that's there you go.
I mean, it wasn't the lowest of the low, but these were like $350 to $400 laptops, and that's really isn't enough money to buy something decent.
No.
Yeah, we have one. Didn't last 6 months. The power cord broke, and Dell wanted I should have got a better warranty with it, but Dell, I had to send it to Dell, and they wanted more for the motherboard, and they said the motherboard needed replacing, but all it was a little wire. But that was Dell, so.
I have an HP Envy, it's a desktop. And while the motherboard is proprietary, everything else in there is standard, and the motherboard is a standard size. And I've gotten good use out of it. It may be unusual, but it was a more expensive system. It was, without a monitor, it was like a $900 system to begin with.
Oh, well, okay, yeah. And the ones I mostly refer to, like you said, laptops that are
Yeah.
between $300 and $400
I agree.
bucks. The
Yeah.
desktop ones that they have, those little tiny.
Yeah, it's like this friend of mine I've mentioned a couple of times wanted my advice on buying a laptop. And he keeps looking at $300 laptops. And I told him if he wanted a decent laptop, he needed to find one that the list price was at least $600 to $700 minimum.
Yeah, that's pretty much where you start. If you want it to last more than 2 or 3 years, yeah, you gotta wind up spending.
And he wanted one, and I convinced him to buy one with an SSD. And then what they finally did, his wife started using his desktop, and they decided not to buy a laptop. So that works too.
I still have this one I hadn't fixed. Power cord, and it's got other problems due to USB ports.
Yeah, I've got a Dell laptop sitting in its box, and it won't connect reliably either by wired Ethernet or by Wi-Fi.
Okay,
That's
so
unusual.
I rearranged the camera here because it occurred to me that people who haven't had experience with reconnecting these Wi-Fi cables, this would be a worthwhile thing showing. This connector is has a barrel head to it.
Okay.
That's not showing it well enough. These are really, really tiny.
Yeah, we can see the hole.
There's a little bit of a technique.
If you got big hands, that's hard to do.
Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, I think it would help to understand and know what's going on. So I'm trying to roll this around to show the inside of it. There's a little tiny pin inside that round cone on it. So you got to turn that downward to the pin on the board itself. I'm going to try to get that better. I already put the one that's on the left side in. Let's see, there. That's the closest focus this camera has. The camera is only about 1.5 inches away from that board.
That's a good question. Somebody asked if the HDMI can be used as a capture card.
That's an interesting point. The HDMI in on this computer, could that be from another computer and this computer treat that as a capture device? Yeah, that's probably would be reliant on HP software. So I'm gonna try to roll that connector over now. Well, I can't even. That thing's so tiny. Either they made these things, making these things tinier, or my eyesight's getting worse.
Welcome
Yeah,
to
those
package.
those are definitely not my favorite connector.
Yeah. So I just get the wire on there, and I can feel when it's in place, and then just with the fingernail, press it down when you hear the snap. And I'll move the wire back and forth like this to be sure it can rotate. That way I know it's on go. I don't know how visible that was when I
Somebody
connected
said it looks like you got the one hooked to two and the two hooked to one.
I think he's right.
Yep.
Oh yeah, yeah. I didn't even see those labels.
That would just reverse your left and right speakers, but still.
No, these aren't speakers. This is Wi-Fi.
Oh, Wi-Fi. Oh, okay.
Yeah. But I didn't think the Wi-Fi antenna polarity mattered.
I don't know that it actually does, but they're labeled for a reason.
I don't think I've ever seen them
Distinguished. So yeah.
No, I have. I have. Yeah.
Are you
So-
confused, Doug?
Say again.
I said, are you confused?
Yeah, I don't know what I'm doing. So I'm using my fingernail to pull up on that connector. I wouldn't usually be doing this with a camera in the way. I'm actually looking at my XSplit monitor to see what I'm doing because the camera's in my way. I can't see. Now I have wire number 2 in my hands, fingers. There's the 2, and 2 is on the right.
On our right.
On our right, yeah,
I don't know on your right.
yeah. You're seeing it the same direction I am. Yeah, I felt it was in place. Swiveled back and forth.
Now my OCD feels better.
Thank you. Thank you for pointing that out. So, trying to get that number 2 back in frame so you can see that that's wire number 2 that's connected there. I have wire number 1 in my hands. A lot easier to do without a camera in the way.
If you reverse those on a 6 or 6E, Wi-Fi 6 or 6E, you'll notice the difference.
Oh.
About in half.
This is a 2017 computer, so they may not have had 6 then. I don't know.
No, they didn't.
No, you'll be lucky if it has 5.
Yep. I was upgrading all the computers around here, all the laptops to 6E, and my son was here. And I reversed a couple of them. He said, "Don't screw them up yet. Screw them in yet. Just boot them up and see what it does." And they were around 250 instead of up.
PCs at home.
Yeah.
You're running 11 on your one at home too, right?
All of them. Yep.
Okay.
Except for the servers, and they're running 2019. 20s? I don't know.
Okay, those are on.
Success.
But by far the longest I've ever taken to reconnect Wi-Fi. I really don't have much difficulty with them, but they are very, very small. Okay.
Either it's not focused or my astigmatism just kicked in.
Yeah, he'll get the focus taken care of.
Yep. Autofocus doesn't always auto.
Oh God, no.
It does.
Were you referring to when you were seeing the motherboard, or now when I have the camera?
Right now, after you moved everything, it's going to focus again.
Oh yeah, because it's further away. I had it focused for less than 2 inches
Right.
from the device, and right now it's up high. So I don't know what I'm going to use that camera for next. So, well, I guess the rest of the wires would be the right thing to do. So I still have that focus window open. So let's go ahead and fix that focus.
What CPU does that have on it, Doug?
CPU, we saw.
It's an i7 6th gen.
Yeah.
Could be worse.
Yeah, it could be a lot worse.
It
Well,
reported
nominally isn't Windows 11 ready then.
Say again about Windows 11?
Yeah. Is not nominally Windows 11 ready if it's just a 6th generation CPU.
Well, it was offering Windows 11, but I don't know if I had clicked through to do that, if it would have actually installed it.
Okay.
It was offering it. Okay, so these are worthy of close-ups too. As long as I'm still in a live stream. All of these wires are really tiny. There's some little tricks and gimmicks to getting them on. Looking on the focus. All right. These wires, these type of connectors commonly have a black line going across approximately here, and that black line should end up right at the edge of the connector once you push the lever down, and it's your way of judging that it's in straight and square. This one doesn't have one of those lines, and it has these ears on the sides that need to fit into this socket in a way that helps it stay in place. And you have to get it down in position, and it slides in a bit there. So the ears on that blue tab are inside the plastic frame of the socket. I'll pull back out a little bit, and you can see those ears. You push it in to where those ears are seated, and that's how you know you've got it all the way in, and then push that black lever down, and that secures it in place. And this blue plastic tab here is what you grab with your fingers to pull it out. When you're pulling it out, you first open that tab with a fingernail will open it, or anything else. Take it out. Oops, going back in.
Should it go under those other wires? The adhesive isn't going to touch the motherboard.
You wanting to know if it should be going under these wires?
Yeah, I don't remember when you removed it. Was that the one that had adhesive onto the motherboard?
Yeah, I think it had some adhesive. Though I push it down now, it's probably gonna. Yeah, it's not. I'm not feeling it. But I do believe that was the one that I was prying up with one of these spudger tools. Now, if your question was, should these colored wires be going over it?
Right, that would let it get closer to the motherboard back there, maybe where the adhesive was.
Yeah.
Probably doesn't matter.
Yeah, I have to say it really doesn't matter, because these colored wires are for the fan, and they just come out this direction. They loop around under this, so the colored wires they pass underneath this
ribbon cable in 2 different locations, and it looks plenty comfortable the way it is. Okay, moving on to the next one. I'm just going to go clockwise around the board. Right, so now I'm looking at the next connector right here, and I'm looking around for what wire goes there. Let's see. What does it say? DP power panel. Is it possible there was nothing connected to that?
You said you had 9 sets of wires altogether.
All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Try that again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I think I didn't start that counting with that fan. Yeah, I don't think there's anything connected there. Yeah, here's another connector that there's no wires for. It's labeled BL panel. BP power panel and BL panel. I don't think we had anything connected there. Let's see what we got in here. Did I have anything highlighted? There's highlighted. HDMI used as a capture card. We talked about that. Wi-Fi cable had a number. Yep, we got that. Crossed. RAN was correct. 2 Dell Latitude laptops both had motherboard failures. 2 different laptops both had 2 megabyte failures. 2 motherboard failures. That was last Dell I ever bought. Once you get burned by a particular brand computer, it's completely fair game to swear off of that brand. But that doesn't mean that other brands don't have that trouble too on occasion. Wi-Fi connector reversed. HDMI in the computer has to be off. Oh, that's interesting. When connected to HDMI in, the computer has to be off. That's a little bit hard to buy since that HDMI in is soldered onto the motherboard. How's the signal going to go anywhere? There's a toggle select button or mode for HDMI. Huh. Well, it could be. Meaning the motherboard has power even when the computer's turned off. So could it be providing a signal pass through to the screen just using the graphics, I suppose, of that's on the motherboard? Depends of both antennas are transmitting. Wi-Fi antenna connectors are PITA sometimes. Jim, what does that mean?
Pain in the.
Huh?
Pain in the.
Oh, okay, I get it. I figured I was going to be a little bit censored. From Zvi, when you connect the video capture, you can see BIOS screen? If so, you do not need to connect the screen. When you connect the video capture, oh, you can see the BIOS screen. Yeah, I haven't tested that on this computer. I have had some laptops in the past that I could see the BIOS screen when connected to an HDMI port, or more particularly when it was a VGA port. But it's kind of rare. Belden Latitude lasts 11 years. Original motherboard problems are actually Windows install problems. Yeah, I'm going to scan through a little bit looking for question marks in orange. In my rewind of the video, it shows you did have one of the wires from the display connected to that. Well, all right, then we'll look some more. Thanks for checking.
from the display. Oh, the display panel is not still on the floor. That makes sense. The display panel has 1, 2, 3 connectors. One. You know, I'm going to go ahead and move forward and connect the ones that I have and then figure out what is still available to connect to. This one here is, there's nothing unusual about this connector. You just fit it into the socket and push it in. There's no levers, no clasps, inner clips. You do need to make sure that you've got it pushed all the way down. Then side. Focus adjustment there. This one, just fit it into the socket, push it down. It seems a little stubborn. It's trying to go in crooked. I'm going to take a closer look. And you see a problem? Yeeks. Yeah, look at that slot on the leftmost. That leftmost socket, there's a little dot on the bottom right side of that leftmost rectangle. I think that's a piece of malformed plastic over that opening that's preventing the pin from going in that slot, because that side of the plug is being stubborn about going down. Okay, what to do about that?
There's not a misaligned pin on the other side, is there?
On the other side of the connector or the other side of that socket?
Well, where that mates into, is there a misaligned pin maybe?
Oh, I don't think so. I did look at that, but I'm going to go ahead and document that on camera. I'll actually be able to see it better. Let's see, where is it? Right in here, I'm going to put some light on that. So he says. How about changing the exposure of the camera? There. Okay, I'll point out the, let's see, I can't move a mouse through there. There's these notches on the sides of the plastic that correspond to notches that you'll see on the connector in a moment. The pins are believed to be on this side of those notches. It kind of looks in the video like there's 2 rows of pins, but the row of pins that you see on the left, those are pins that are going to go into the holes. What looks like a row of pins on the right side are actually just little exposed metal contacts that are flush with the bottom of that socket. They are not pins that extend upward.
Okay. Well, it looks to me like the bottom leftmost pin is not quite lined up right.
Well, that would be the one to be the problem, and it does. I do concur that it looks a little odd. I'm going to try getting a little bit of an angle on that pin so that we can get a little bit of dimension. It almost looks like it's shorter than the other pins to me.
Well, if it was misaligned and you're trying to push the connector, it's possible it could have gone down slightly.
This gets a better, I know how to get a better angle on that. Focusing.
Yeah, that one definitely looks like it's a little too close.
Shorter than the other. But it looks straight.
No, but I'm more concerned about the spacing.
The spacing between pins.
Yes.
Yes, it does look closer to the adjacent pin. Okay. And that would deform that plastic connector in the way that I'm perceiving it to be deformed. Go to maximum close focus. Hold this by hand.
Where's that focus at? I think the most likely solution is to try to bend that one pin back to its correct position. Yeah, in your view here, the one that I believe is suspect is on the left. You can see a little dot right next.
It's a dig in the it's a dig in the plastic where the pin.
Dig in the plastic right where that pin is. Yeah, yeah, I concur. All right, so here I've got a tool that I think is going to do that. Tiny jeweler's screwdriver. Focusing. That looks too wide. It kind of looks too wide, but it might work.
I would tend to try to lean that end in first.
Lean what?
When you go to put the connector back in, I would try to lean towards that one side of going in
Oh
first.
yeah, getting that side in first. All right. That here.
That looks okay to me, but you're closer to it than I am. And I'm watching on a slight delay on YouTube.
Feels a lot better. Yeah, it's going down evenly. Yeah, that feels good. Completely seated. Well, that one was hard fought. Here's the next one. BDC says, this stream is a true education to me on all-in-one PCs. Thanks, Doug. You are welcome. Looking for question marks and comments in orange. Bent, bent, bent. Looks like they experimented with all popular motherboard connectors. Yeah. Okay. Hello, Sam Lazar. Next. Oh. Switch back camera. This one also, no clips, no latches. All of these have been keyed so that they can't be put on backwards. Just get in the socket, push it down. Easy peasy simple. And this one also, special tricks, just getting it in place. push down. Oops, I guess I didn't even show that one very well. It's right there. Then this next one, I believe to be for the display panel. Yeah, DP panel. So when I bring the display panel up, that one will get connected. Then next one. The focus here. Fix the exposure because I lightened things up a while back. So here's the connector that we're going into, and here's the connection. This is the one that has that plastic pull tab. I guess the exposure is still kind of right. Do automatic exposure and see what it adjusts to. It's probably okay. So this is again another style of connector. Has the contacts on this side. Now this connector goes down flat. So this is kind of different in the sense that it's not a rectangle like a tower. There's the contact points. This is worth it better. Side. So let's get better. Because this is so different than any of the other connectors we've seen so far. So I'll roll this over, and these brass connections you see are the actual contacts. Go down into that socket, it goes down flat. There's no latches, no levers, just get it positioned. I can feel it seated there. I can feel that it's square and flat. There's not one side trying to go down before the other, and then just push down on it. It feels good and solid there. Right. So at this point we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Try that again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Keep leaving out one of those two when I start. And then on the display panel, continue counting 10, 11, 12. I think somebody said that originally counted 12 connections. Am I ready for the display panel? I think so. I was wondering about the feet on this thing, because I'm going to be transporting it in my car. I was wondering if it's easy to take these feet off. I think it's safe to say no. And here's what I see. There's some engineering in this. Fix the focus. All right. So these legs on each side of the computer, they come up and attach right here. And here's this big heavy spring and this extra bracket here. And what this does, it allows the computer to be tilted. And that big heavy spring, you can see this turning as I simulate a tilt to the monitor. So taking these feet off would mean taking all this bracket stuff off, which means disassembling the computer. That's a no-fly zone. Right. Get positioned here for reattaching the display panel.
All right, here's where we test your confidence level, Doug.
Yeah.
Are you going to put in only a few screws for the display, or are you going to put them all in before you turn it on?
Probably a few screws.
Smart man. It's kind of like that Dirty Harry moment. You feel lucky, punk?
Yeah.
With computers, I never feel lucky.
All right. So I remember that one connector where the two wires were going to one connector. And that's that one. And then there's one of those flat connections. So that would be this one. There's this one. And there, that one. Those three connections are all towards the bottom of the motherboard. The labeling on the back of this monitor is upright as I'm holding the monitor now, and the wires are at the bottom. So it goes in this direction. The screws for the monitor were from the back side, right? No, they're from this side. Got screwed down. That was fun. Screw down this direction. Jim, you were mentioning the delay. You're seeing real time on the Zoom panel, on my Zoom frame, aren't you?
Yes, I am. But when you're doing the actual work, the Zoom window is too small. I have to look at it on YouTube.
Oh, okay. Even if you spotlight that Zoom window, then it's kind of fuzzy. It doesn't.
Well, that's a good question. Let me look. Yeah, the resolution's not. Yeah, the resolution's definitely not good on Zoom when I try to do that.
All right, so yeah, I'm seeing the screw points. This bracket and this bracket match to there and there. Brackets on the bottom are closer centered in, so it's there and there. And there's that one nut that we had trouble with.
Yeah, well, that's not going back in.
That's an easy solution.
Yeah.
But that is carrying a lot of weight. These things are very strongly engineered. This has screws on the sides too. Okay, those are good strong mounts. If those weren't good strong supports, then I'd be a little bit more leery about it.
I think you took out what, close to a dozen screws on that thing?
For the monitor?
For the screen itself, yeah.
8, yeah. 8 and 4, so yeah, that's 12.
So one missing is not going to be a tragedy.
No.
Put it this way, it ain't going to go anywhere.
No. Okay, enough looking at that. There's not a simple
solution to it because it is pretty well concealed in there. So if I just lay this down on there, I'm not going to get to the wires. So I want to get to a place where I can connect the wires for putting the panel in place. I set it over like this and connect all those wires and put the panel in place. This is looking likely. Jim, can you press the Stream Deck button to switch to the tripod camera for me?
Nice try, but no.
I'm going to do that because this is kind of significant amount of work that's going to be concealed. I'm getting more comfortable walking around with this monitor. They call it a display panel, I suppose, instead of calling it a monitor.
Doug, you should look at the chat for a second before there's a nice contribution about.
Oh my goodness gracious, Frankie B, $49.99. Thank you so much. A little something for all your hard work. Good job. Thank you. And let's see, above that, Samsung is not a fan of all-in-one PCs. I find them to have their place in the world, and when they are good for a particular situation, I've found them to be really good. All right, so that wire goes over there. That one goes over there. This one goes down there. It looks like right about all those locations. BL panel. That would be black light panel or back light. Yeah, I'm saying that right. Questioning whether I pronounce that as black light. Back to my high school days there. Okay, that one's nothing unique about the connector. Just get it into the socket and press it down. That one, this one felt a little stubborn, so I took a closer look and realized I was trying to put it on backwards. They're all keyed in some fashion or another so that you only can put it in one direction. These last two that I put on are kind of close in size, so I considered whether I might be putting them in the wrong place, but they are different. And the third one I'm putting on is another one of those flat metal connectors that we've already done two like that. I think I'm trying to put this one on backwards too. Yeah, when I turn around, it seats a lot easier. And the thing that misled me is that the correct position has the wire going out the side of the motherboard, the opposite direction that it attaches to the display panel. Right? Checking. And around at the remaining parts, I've got that metal bracket that goes below the display panel yet to go, and the bezel. No other spare parts around. There's the screws. My magnetic pad has the screws for the monitor that I'm about to do. No other screws on it that I've neglected. Checking to see if they're all seated all the way down. This one up here is not. Look underneath the top side. Make sure none of the wires are being pinched. The metal brackets on the display panel make contact on metal frame parts, making sure there's no wires going through those passages. Clearly seated, right? This is lifted up. That's seated comfortably. What's keeping this side up? Right, I'm going to walk the camera around here. An adjustment, probably doing overkill here, but you know the cause of that. Doug.
You? Overkill? Inconceivable.
Yeah. All right. So this metal here sitting on top of that connection or that frame. It was. I moved it. This one also is seated right there. This one over here is significantly raised. Space right there is what I'm concerned about.
Yeah, but if you squeeze it, does it go together without any resistance?
I've had a little bit. I'm working more to get settled on. It pushed down okay.
Yeah. Also keep in mind, Doug, if you look under the display, there are two strips of kind of like spongy material that come in contact with that display, so that might be causing it.
And if so, then that's fine.
Yeah, I think that's all it is. That should be designed to compress that spongy material a little bit.
Yeah, because it's covered in some conductive material so that it grounds to the rest of the system.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to accept that. Yep, that all feels okay to me. Let's see. Yeah, so thank you, Frankie B. Be a hard no on the feet, all right? With a bad design, the legs should be attached by screws to a plate, not as one part. Don't try spinning the display panel like a signboard. 12 screws. Connect the power from under first. Power from under first. First, before what? Let's fire it up. Test fire before securing all screws. Check over the fan. Make sure not getting in there. Okay. I think I'm gonna put in 2 screws, one on each corner, and then we'll try firing it up. I need to freshen my screwdriver's magnetism. I have a storage place for my magnet. Just attached underneath that metal shelving unit. If I were to try to give an excuse for why bother putting 2 screws in, just to make sure it doesn't shift during whatever else I might be doing. I think that's a really weak.
Yeah, I would have opted for 1 on each corner myself, but 2 should be enough.
Well, I did 1 on each corner. 1 on 2 corners, so 2 screws total. And I don't anticipate, if I were going to turn it up on its feet, then yeah, I'd rather have 4 because it's heavy. All right, now I need to get power connection. Turn air conditioning on. What?
And hope the connector behaves itself.
Yeah. Because that futzing with it could have completely been the last straw for the connector. And if that's the case, I would want to retrieve my NVMe drive. It's already the case that when I transported this from my client's home office to here, that was the last straw for the power adapter, because it wouldn't fire the computer up anymore at all. So fussing around with something that's not working right can always be the last straw that prevents it from working anymore at all. There's the power connection. I felt for it. Back. Plugged in. There's a power light. The power button lit up.
And this is the part where it gets angry.
So I have a brand new NVMe in there. There's no bootable drive in there. It should go straight to CMOS.
File setup. Power button, I hear fan.
Yeah, well, it's got to retrain itself since the CMOS battery's gone.
Yeah. Won't be surprised for his second power on. I have a white light on the power now instead of amber. Got HP logo on screen. I've got keyboard error. PC mode going to sleep.
You took out the dongle for the mouse and the keyboard.
Yes. Oh, keyboard error again. So this was a restart. It did a restart. Boot device not found. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
So that's all expected. Now, where did I put the dongle?
Dongle? We don't need no stinking dongle.
Yeah. I don't think I put it in the mouse. That would have been the sensible place to put it. Yes, clutter has grown incrementally.
Doug, you don't want to see my workbench. Trust me.
Lord, the sensible place to put it. I'm just gonna insert it into one of these bottom USB ports and trying to find it on the back side. I can't see. This keyboard, this mouse.
I think it went to sleep.
I think it probably lost that power because of the bad power connector. As I've got an orange light at the power button again. Oh, you can see the orange light there. So that means it's ready for me to power it on again because it has power, but it's turned off right now. I press the power button, I hear fan spin. Boss says no smoke, that's good. You want to delay or cancel tonight's stream, I understand, from Dennis. He and I are doing a
your
Fortnite stream in an hour and a half. Yeah, boot device not found. Install an operating system on your hard disk. So let's get a Windows 10 install media is here. Dennis, I think I'm okay for playing if you've still got power. I didn't catch it. He's thinking his power might be turned off today because he's in the process of moving. So I've got that in place. Control-Alt-Delete. Checking media presence. No boot device found. Please install an operating system. Okay, that is in a USB port. By putting it on one of the ports that are on the back. You know what, at this point, let's just put 2 more screws in, stand it up.
On my HP Envy from that era, you cannot boot from all the USB ports.
Okay.
I have to use one of the USB 3 ports that's on top of the case. It's not an all-in-one, but it's about that era, so
Yeah.
All the USB ports are created equal.
I think also before standing it up, I want to put in that metal bracket that goes under the display panel. That might be a support element. No? Well, maybe that its major purpose in life is supporting the two USB ports that are on the bottom of the computer, because it has this sponge support here that comes in contact with those two USB ports. So that's two screws across the bottom. No, it's not. That's not. I was about to put the wrong screws in there. Let's see. What do I have to point to that? This one. Yes. Focus. And I guess the reason for pointing this out is it's really easy to get something wrong. So I was seeing that there's two screws in the kind of the bottom center for that little metal panel. I was going to do those, but that little metal panel was the first item that I removed, which means these were the screws for it. Now, when I stand this computer up, I'll be jostling that power cable. So I'm not going to stress that anymore. I'm just going to turn the computer off, disconnect that cable, and stand it up. Ears open for any crash, boom, bang noises. Oops. Mistake. Look at that. Look at that mistake. What's going on right here? That's that plastic label panel. Well, rights, I should have just broken that, but I didn't. Moving the USB dongle, keyboard. On Windows 10. The orange light on the power button, meaning it's getting power from the
adapter. Choose an operating system to start. Choosing Windows 10 setup 64-bit. I only got that question because I put a 32-bit Windows 10 on that USB as well. I do have an office that uses Windows 10 32-bit because of a software requirement. Okay, so we have Windows 10 install now. I think I'm going to be happy ending this when we see that it actually sees the NVMe drive and starts doing the install. And we'll end the live stream. Jim says he has to feed his dog watching on an iPad. Let's see. Dennis asked if you want to delay, cancel. I read that already. No smoke. V asked keyboard and mouse. Maybe that's why you had it inside in the first place. Oh, okay. William says my bench is clean after 3 days of work trying to find it. Dennis, I have power and internet. Boss says go to BIOS. F10. Manual says boot menu is escape, then F9. HP is usually when you get the menu with all the options by tapping escape. All right, we're caught up there, and we've got Windows 10 accept license terms. Next, custom install, not upgrade. Can't do an upgrade unless you booted to a Windows system. And here I see drive 0 partition 2 is called data drive, and that is the spinning hard drive. Let's see, what can I, oh, how about my capture card? Capture device, it's not a card. Yeah, and I was about to plug it into the HDMI in. Yeah, I'm not getting it. It's going to have Windows running, I think, before that signal will go out through that port. See if this one. Working on the focus and exposure. Let's start with exposure. And then focus. There we go. The data drive shows as a 1 terabyte. 931 gigabytes is one close enough to 1 terabyte. And then down arrow, there's unallocated space. We got 1 terabyte there. So I'll click the next button. Bottom right corner of the screen. There we go, off and running. All right, I'm going to end the stream here. Last check on chat room. Let's see, have to feed dog, install. Dennis says you're good. I think he's referring to our start time about a little over an hour from now for our Fortnite play.
4 hours, 10 minutes.
Oh, I heard Darren.
4 hours, 10 minutes.
Say again, Darren?
4 hours, 10 minutes.
More of us 10 minutes.
Oh, sorry, 19 minutes.
19 minutes. No, we got before our start time for Fortnite. Oh, wait a minute, that's at 4:15 Pacific. So
4:20.
Yeah, it's 3:20 now, so 55 minutes away. That's it. I'm good for that. We're good, Dennis. My energy level's okay. My ability to transfer thoughts from my brain through my mouth? That could be a different question. A little mixed up.
Confused. Not sure he knows what he's doing.
Yeah. And that's the environment I enjoy living in. Photo Mix Media says, thanks, Doug. I learned a lot from this stream. Speedy C says, nice job, Doug. Thank you so much. In the Zoom session, would you please say goodbye to the audience?
That's why I came running back down here.
All right.
Good night, John Boy.
No, John
Hey,
Boy.
good night, Gracie.
Good night. Good
All
afternoon.
right.
Good evening.
Darren, Jim, Jeff, Chris, Gary, Josh. Thank you for hanging out in the Zoom part of this. And I'm going to end the Zoom session now. End meeting for all. And bring up my email address there. DougBetts at LiveWindowsTraining.com if you'd like to send a subject that you'd like me to respond to. Either maybe it might be for Windows Daily or it might be for a Saturday session. Or connect remotely to your computer to actually do some live repair work or training, whatever it might be. All right, and I see some other goodbyes happening in the chat room, so thank you for that, and hope that was useful. Have a great day. Catch you later. Goodbye.